You meet the most interesting people on Sunday morning.
Driving through this hot land full of dust and smoke, this little Tommy fella feels like a true blue Aussie bloke.
Join the rest of Australia right here on Sunday morning.
Australia All Over, Sunday mornings on ABC Radio. The World Test Championship is coming.
He's bowled. Oh, middle stump is out of the ground.
Australia v South Africa.
It goes a very high and a very long way back at 6.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listener from June 11.
He gets under it and he swats it high long for 6. A big 6.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
The moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get excited about.
The intensity and the pressure on the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing, and they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than
He pulled the through for a magnificent goal. Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick.
Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt, he's gone, and the building is jumping. We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker. Leans back on the kick. Game on.
that camera action, baby. Count down to contact.
From the right forward on it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there.
Gathers, snaps, he'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
We'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity. He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Low snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that mighty roar.
Walks one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish.
60 out. Oh my goodness. That's a massive hit. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker. That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for 6. Scores level. Running past. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer?
Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital and on the ABC Listener.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
Round 12 of the AFL continues with Melbourne taking on St Kilda in the red centre of Australia from Traeger Park in Alice Springs. The Demons are in good form, having won 5 of their last 6 to move their way up the ladder to 11th spot on the AFL ladder. 53-point winners over the Sydney Swans last week. While for the Saints, they sit in 14th position with 4 wins and 7 losses, going down to the Gold Coast Suns last week, with all the attention on Ross Lyon and his comments around the Gold Coast Suns and the Nepo babies. But it was the Suns who prevailed by 19 points despite a much improved second half from the Saints. Great to have your company for Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. There is no late changes for either side, the Demons and the Saints. So Bailey Laurie, the sub for the Demons, and Jack Carroll for St Kilda. It hasn't been a place in which Melbourne have had great success despite playing a number of their matches in Alice Springs in recent history. They have lost their last 2 encounters here, but the Saints travel up for just the second time to Alice Springs. Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport. Ben Cameron to call the action alongside me. Welcome, Benny.
Hello, Clinchy. Great to be here, and I'm really looking forward to seeing Jack Carroll play. I liked what he showed in little bits at Carlton, so seeing what he can bring to the Saints when he is out there. Interesting to note, Darcy Wilson for St Kilda omitted on Thursday night for a Sunday game. That very rarely happens, so I think Ross Lyon and the coaching staff making a little bit of a statement there. These two teams, they flew up together on a charter flight, so reportedly kept it all very friendly. And what we can expect today at Traeger Park is this is a very big ground. So 168 metres by 132. So this is currently the longest ground in the AFL. Now, that will be usurped shortly when they use Hands Oval down in Bunbury. So that is slightly longer at 170, but to compare it to the MCG, it is 6 metres wider and just 7 metres shorter. So it is a big ground that they do use at Traeger Park in this game today. Can't wait for it.
The 11th time in which the Demons have headed to Traeger Park in Alice Springs. They've won 4 and lost 6. Their most recent losses coming against the Dockers last year and GWS back in round 23. So we have the beautiful McDonald Ranges in one of the backgrounds at one end of the ground, and of course towards the city end of Alice Springs at the other. Great to have St Kilda legend, Hall of Fame member Nathan Burke with you for a Sunday afternoon. Welcome, Burkie.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Yes, good to be here. This is probably the most picturesque ground in all of AFL at the moment, so it's good that we get to play one game a year there, and maybe in the future we can extend it out to maybe 2 or 3. That'd be great.
I'm not sure if it's pleasure or torture making you watch the Saints for a second consecutive week. How do you feel?
I've got no idea what they're going to dish up, to be totally honest. Nobody knows, and hopefully they know. They've got a good idea, but the last 6 weeks hasn't been great form from the Saints. They're not an overly talented side. They have to bring the heat, and if they don't bring the heat, well, then they get blown away. So that's what I'm looking for today. Those dimensions of the ground that you just mentioned won't help that. It's a big ground. Sometimes it's harder to put that sort of pressure on, but you've got to get numbers around the footy, so it means hard work. It's a beautiful day for footy, so no excuses.
Alongside Burkie, Essendon Premiership player, our own Coach K, Adam Ramanauskas is here, ready to go after his kid coaching responsibility this morning. Welcome, Rama.
Thank you very much. Look, another good win for the boys. So really looking forward to this one. I want to see if Melbourne are real or not. I think, they've changed before our eyes over the past 6 weeks. They're gone from scoring 60 points a game in the first 5 rounds to well over 90 points now in the last 5 rounds. So, it's this new attacking style that I'm really enjoying with Melbourne, Benny.
Yeah, particularly when I'm speaking to sort of very advanced coaches like yourself on the back of this morning with the under-16s. But this is slightly fingernail-deep analysis. But with Melbourne, and Burkie, you're coaching at community level as well and having the AFLW, it just feels like first give a little more often, keep some energy on the ball, and that's completely changed the dynamic of their offence.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think it's more just wanting to roll the ball on. I think in the past, Melbourne have played a slower game to set up their defence, but now that's, particularly over this last 5 or 6 weeks, that's a thing of the past. They're going now, and it's really done through these new younger players. They've got like Windsor, we saw last year, really good player, but Xavier Lindsay, Harvey Langford, Jake Bowie now is a really important player to that style. Harry Sharp, who they traded in from Brisbane. So it's a bit of a different mix of players, Burkie.
It is, and look, I almost wrote them off, to be totally honest, after the first 4 or 5 rounds. I just thought that they can't score the way that they're playing. Their midfield seemed disjointed, but to their credit, they've got it together. But they need to keep it rolling, and these are the games that they need to win. You cannot afford to lose to somebody below you on the ladder. Yeah, okay, if you drop one to the Pies and the Lions, that sort of thing, fair enough. But you've got to beat the teams that are around you. So today's a must-win for the D's.
Nathan Burke and Adam Ramanauskas, your experts on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron to call the action. It's Melbourne and St Kilda from Alice Springs. There's no late changes with the subs taking place this afternoon. Paul Roos is going to jump on the line. Of course, he coached the Demons. He's been to Alice Springs on numerous occasions, and it was also a celebration of the 2005 Premiership at the SCG last night, so we'll get his thoughts as to what it was like to be amongst his former players. It was great to see Adam Goodes, who was there, and where the Sydney Swans might be after a 90-point shellacking at the hands of the Adelaide Crows last night. Was that there were some great storylines, Rama and Burkie, yesterday with the Dockers getting a win over the Gold Coast Suns. Cal Ward and his inspirational address to the Giants getting past the Tigers, but it feels like we're trying to work out where Adelaide sit in the competition at the moment, and Sydney, it's gone from bad to worse after the transition from John Longmire to Dean Cox.
Well, I certainly feel like Adelaide are good enough. They you know, as much as Sydney aren't going well, I get that, but you still got to go to the MCG and you still got to win a game of football, and to do it as convincingly as they did. If you flip the script on that and you talk about GWS on their home ground against Richmond, you know, I'm taking the Adelaide result any day of the week. Now, GWS come back and fight their way back into that game, but to go to the SCG, which is always a tough venue to play at for any team, and to win by 90 points, great effort.
Can I just raise one? I wonder whether our very own Mick Malthouse has had an impact on the Adelaide Pros. So we interviewed Matty Nix on AFL Saturday a couple of weeks ago. I think you were in for that episode, Ram, and Mick Malthouse made the point after the interview with Matty Nix that he caught up with Scotty Burns and said, you cannot win the way you are playing at the moment. When you get to finals, it's going to be a more defensive-style game. If you don't sort out your defence, you're going nowhere, and you've got to play that way to be ready come September. From that point onwards, they've stiffened their defence right up.
Yeah.
Maybe our very own Mick Malthouse, and Matty Nix referenced a pre-game last night on pay TV on the Fox coverage that, look, we've really focused on stiffening it up. So Mick's tentacles, they still reach far and wide.
Maybe that's the case. It's,
that's a lot of storyline, Berkey.
Come with me on this one.
I'll go with you. Yes, it's all down to Mick, but he's right. You cannot go into a final series just all guns blazing and expect to have a shootout. It's just a well-known thing in football, and you've got to be able to restrict the opposition because your offence won't always be on song. You'll have days where you just won't move the ball well. The other team will restrict you, and if that's all you've got, well, then you're not going to last long against a really good team. So when those days when your offence is not on song, you need to make sure that the other team are down there with you.
So Miller, Mark Keane, who took 90% marks yesterday, Michael Annie, Mitch Hinge, Jordan Butts, Josh Worrell were the back six yesterday, and then you could probably throw in a Brodie Smith who played yesterday, but yeah, I think that was his second game for the season. I still don't think that defence is putting fear into any opposition. But the key for Adelaide is, well, if they can keep that six together to playing games together, well, I think it becomes a strength within a team. So I agree with Mick in what he's saying and what Berkey just said there. But I also think continuity in a back six becomes critical. And if they can continue the continuity in this back six, and they can continue to grow as a unit, not as individuals, as a unit, I think they should be okay. It's
also about the mindset of the midfielders.
Yeah.
So it's not just going to go, you get 30 and I get 30, and we'll both have a good day. Jordan Dawson and the guys, they do have the ability to play on somebody and off somebody. So, okay, we'll get 30, but you're going to get 21, 22. I think that's a real key to being a defensive team.
Can I just make a quick comment on Jordan Dawson as well? Unbelievably great story with what he's become. I look at it in a fascinating sense that he was drafted initially by Geelong, who generally don't get too many wrong and do a very good job at developing players. Then he went to Sydney, who are similar, and then he ends up at the Adelaide Crows. So I think, there's a reason why he's become the player that he is, and maybe that's a part of the reason.
Maybe the thing that I like about that whole story, because sometimes if really talented players come in and they bounce around from one club to another club and end up at a third club, it's sometimes Rama, and with your managing hat on, that they probably can't handle the disciplinary requirements of playing AFL football. But the fact the guy has gone there and in a very short space of time become captain of the club shows that wasn't the case at all. He's obviously got captaincy, discipline, all those things about him naturally. So they must have just looked at the talent and gone, it's probably not what we want. So that makes a strange decision.
Absolutely. Nathan Burke with you on ABC Sport. I've got a couple of manager questions for you as well around one of your players. Jamie Elliott is having a great season, Ramos. I want to ask you about him. Wayne Miller, you made mention of. Well, of course, his comments in the post-match when he was interviewed on ABC Sport around the Sydney Swans, they certainly lit a fuse, and this is what he had to say.
Was that touched on at all by Matthew Nicks that the Swans were rattled and they started to give away some silly free kicks and to really lean into that?
No, it wasn't touched on by Nixie, but you could sort of feel it as a group. When we were all over them in the first half, and they were sort of a bit of a rabble just hearing from them on ground.
So as you heard in the footy forum, Adelaide have since come out to clarify, and their Crows CEO Tim Silver has called the Swan CEO Tom Harley to apologise on behalf of Wayne Millerer. Says his comments weren't a true reflection of how the club felt, and the Swans weren't offended by the comment. Is it a little bit of an overreaction given the fact that Millerer was making an observation as to how he felt that Sydney were handling a game where they were being belted, and the comments had been viewed as disrespectful by some in the media that he's having a crack at Sydney's culture and the way in which they were presented as a rabble?
He's not talking about their culture. He was talking about a performance and what he was hearing on the ground. So, when I heard that, my ears didn't prick up at all about he was being offensive towards the Sydney Swans.
If I'm Sydney Swans, I'm coming out and saying, yeah, you know what, he was right. We were a rabble, but it's not us, and we don't want to be like that way, and we'll correct it. But yeah, we were. So yeah, I think that's a bit of an overkill, the old apology.
Yeah,
really unnecessary. Like
what do you? The apology?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like what he said was totally fine, and. I know it's not defamatory, but sort of along those lines. Truth defence, they were a rabble.
Yeah.
Like, we're so sensitive about other players speaking about other clubs. I don't think that's a big deal.
Yeah, and he was talking about what he was hearing from Sydney Swans on the ground. How they were reacting to each other, how they were talking to each other. So, I play on, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Just quickly, Dawson, just Sydney. I don't know where I got the Geelong part from, but I had a little detour in his journey, which was nice, I thought.
When you said that, I thought, he's talking about another player here.
Yeah,
it happens to the
I've
best
had that in my mind the whole time of his career. So I
you got me, I went with it. So.
Well, while you're in red-hot form...
the point stands. Him at Sydney, they generally find players and develop them really well.
At Sydney, what was happening, he was almost pigeonholed into being sort of that halfback flanker.
Yeah.
Who was, get the ball in his hands because he was a nice kick. And I think Jordan saw himself more than that. And Adelaide saw him more than that. So, great credit to Sydney. They certainly developed him, but Adelaide have finished him off.
Yeah.
Matt Clinch alongside Ben Cameron, Adam Romanascus and Nathan Burke. While you're in red-hot form, Benny, how many times, Ramo, do you think, and Paul Roos got a mention last Sunday as part of the coverage in the mention of the Paul Roos Cup between Melbourne and Sydney, but more notably that Ben works alongside him at the ABC AFL Daily Podcast.
Are we allowed to ask Roosie the very first question? Is Roosie there? Are you there, Roosie?
You can take over, Rama.
I'm here, mate. What's your better be a good question?
It will be a good one, Roosie.
He's taken over the hosting.
Don't mess it up.
All I want to know, Roosie, are you and Ben Cameron friends?
Very close, very close.
See? Thanks, Rosie. I knew you'd back me up. I just go the extra mile for our podcast. I just plug it each and every Sunday and make sure it gets a good run.
Exactly. No, we're very close, very close.
Well, it's great, of course, to have Paul Roos with us, who is the co-host of the ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Ben Cameron and Corbin Middlemass on a Monday. But, Roosie, obviously you were there last night as a part of the Sydney Swans celebration of the 2005 Premiership. What was it like to be amongst your former players and to be in that SCG atmosphere? And unfortunately, it didn't quite go the way in which the former greats would have hoped.
Yeah, no, it was amazing. I mean, obviously, we can talk about the game in a minute, but in terms of the celebration, just walking around the ground and the crowd, walking from the new Swans office across to the ground before the game and all the crowd to the line, the streets and so forth. No, it was fantastic. It was great to see everyone. Good to celebrate. And probably the main thing is reminiscing what a special time it was. And I think that was the big takeaway for all the players and staff and everyone that turned up.
Now, Roosie, obviously it was great to see Adam Goodes back there amongst his former teammates. He hasn't really been a part of the AFL system really since he retired for the game. He turned down the notion from the AFL to be inducted into the Australian Football Hall of Fame. What was it like to catch up with him, and what was his sort of impressions being back at the footy?
Yeah, look, for us it's sort of, we don't really focus too much on it because I see Goodsy a fair bit. So it probably wasn't until this morning I realised that he probably hadn't been to the footy much. But when we were celebrating last night, we were at the game and all those sorts of things, it just pretty normal. So we had a function Friday night. He turned up Friday night, and he turned up at the game, and he's got a smile on his face, and he's happy and talking to his friends and his teammates and staff and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, it's pretty normal for us. And I think he had a terrific night.
Ruzi, when you reflect back on 2005, you finished third on the ladder, so you weren't necessarily the dominant team. You were clearly a top 4 team, but was there a moment where you thought to yourself, and I know it's been so long between drinks for Sydney or South Melbourne to win a premiership, but was there a moment where you thought, okay, we are a premiership team here, we can go all the way?
Yeah, it's funny, John Longmire and I had a conversation during the week for Swans, I think it was for their social media, and we sort of talked about the whole season, and that's one of the things that came up. I can't remember what round it was, but the game that really stuck out for me and a little bit for John was when we played the Brisbane Lions late in the season, and we beat them like so convincingly. And now I know they were sort of waning a bit by then. By 2005, they'd been an amazing team, but I think we had so much respect for them. They couldn't move the ball. We scored really well. I can't remember the exact score, but I think we won by like 70 or 80 points. Now, you never know whether you're going to win a premiership, but I did say that was sort of a game that stood out for me, that we were just really selfless. Everyone played their role, and we just had a really, really big win. Now, when you get into the finals, you know anything can happen, as we saw in the 05 finals. But that game sort of stuck out for me a bit from memory.
And you had to go around the hard way. You lose to West Coast in the first final, but what was it with West Coast, and why were those games always so close?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think they had a set way that they were going to play, and we had a set way we were going to play. I mean, neither of us sort of deviated too much, and for whatever reason, it just seemed when the two game styles and two teams clashed, there was very rarely a 4 or 5 goal momentum swing either way. It was just goal for goal sort of thing. So, we tried to sort of cut out a bit of their good players. They were very one-on-one, very good defensive team. We were putting a running off half-back sort of thing. So I just think it was, for whatever reason, the matchups, but the game styles meant that they were just fantastic games of football.
Ruzi, I always remember the ugly ducklings tag that came along with that Sydney team at the time. How do you reflect on that now, 20 years on?
Yeah, I mean, even at the time we sort of touched on it, we probably used it as a bit of motivation, but it wasn't that big a deal in Sydney because it's not, obviously, as you know, it's a rugby league, rugby union town. I remember being on one of the main sports stations that week, and someone said, what do they mean by ugly ducklings? Because Sydney, loved tough football, obviously tackling of the league and the union and so forth. So probably the reflections are, which I've said before, I knew I couldn't run the AFL, and I knew that Andrew Demetriou couldn't coach the Swans. So it was sort of like, I was a bit shocked that he said it. It's a bit like, the CEO of Coca-Cola saying, why don't you drink Pepsi in Sydney sort of thing. So I thought it was just strange and sort of unnecessarily, but it didn't have that big effect on us, to be honest.
Ruzi, one of the things that I do love working with you on the ABC AFL Daily podcast, get it wherever you get your podcasts, and via the ABC Listen app. That's just a beautiful plug, isn't it, Ruzi? But is
that was very smooth.
Your big picture views on the game. So we've seen a restructuring of the executive at AFL House during the week. So we're going to see a COO come in, the Chief Operational Officer, which appears to be one of Harley, Garlick or Ramit Bains. And then we're going to have a new EGM of football performance. Do you have any thoughts as to who might be a nice fit for those two roles and what they should be specifically looking for?
Yeah, I think the connection to the clubs is really important. I mean, you've got 18 clubs that, they don't run the game, but if you've got 18 teams that, are really functional, have got good people, you're still going to have, obviously, a team that finishes top and a team you finish bottom. So there's still going to be a gap between top and bottom. But I think it's got to be someone that really understands what the clubs are going through. And, my experience, bearing in mind, that I've been out of the game for sort of 8 years, my experience is that the relationship between the clubs and the AFL is just not close enough. And often the AFL don't listen to the clubs and vice versa. So I think there's always been this sort of philosophy, I think, from the AFL. They wanted to get closer to the clubs and listen to the clubs more, but it doesn't seem to have taken place. So I think someone that can really bring that relationship together, because you can always get someone that's functional and dots the I's, crosses the T's. But I think a real relationship person that everyone respects that can really bring the AFL and the footy clubs really close together. You can have some meaningful discussions around things like tribunal, the umpiring, the situation, the academies, the father-sons, and all the things that the fixture that we talk about on Mondays and during the week. I mean, there's a lot of sort of problems in the game that need to be addressed.
Paul Roos with you on ABC Sport. You can catch him on the ABC AFL Daily podcast. I mean, Greg Swan's name has been linked as that role that could be alongside Laura Kane. He's obviously the CEO at the Brisbane Lions. He's been involved with the Blues, so multiple clubs he's been involved in. Is he the right fit, you would think, Roosy, for someone in that role?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because I don't know specifically what the role is unless you look at the job description. But again, someone that's been around the game and the club for a long period of time. Some of the names you mentioned have obviously had long associations, including Swanee. So, I mean, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of really, really good candidates, and the AFL will think through it and interview, go through the process accordingly. But, I think all I'm saying is I think one of the biggest things is let's try and get the gap that exists between the clubs and the AFL a lot closer.
I want to ask you about coaching at Alice Springs at Traeger Park, where Melbourne and St Kilda are going to take place. But I just want to ask you about the Sydney Swans and what you watched last night. Dean Cox, in his first season as coach of the Sydney Swans, that transition from John Longmire, something in which you were able to do with Horse and have that transition incredibly successful. How are you seeing the challenges which Dean Cox is trying to apply at the moment? We've spoken about Sydney and the grand final loss last year as he tries to get the team on the same page, and it looks like a team that's lacking a fair bit of confidence at the moment.
Yeah, and I think the last thing you need when you're the first-year coach is injuries. I remember when Errol Gordon went down, I think the last practice game or the second last practice game, I just thought to myself, they've lost their most important player, and I think what we're seeing in AFL footy guys now with 18 teams and soon to be 19 teams, it's just not the depth now. I mean, there's not the depth in AFL footy. Yeah, maybe Collingwood and maybe Brisbane Lions. But generally speaking, if you take 3 or 4 of your absolute best players out, then you don't have any wiggle room during the game. And I think that's what we're seeing with the Swans now. I mean, they have to be flat out for 120 minutes. And if they're off, if they're playing at 80% like they were last night, they're going to get belted by teams that are playing absolutely flat out. So there's just no wiggle room. They look tired. They do look like they're missing their better players. And there's a lot, that's relying on too few players. There's the Isaac Heaney, the weight of the world, Chad Warner if he doesn't play well. So I think that's the problem for the moment. And I think it's just a matter of Coxie just sticking in there and trying to reinforce what he wants to do and how he wants them to play.
So I suppose in today's public media landscape, we're always trying to summarise as to what's wrong with Sydney, and the comments in recent weeks have centred around the culture, in which we had Bob Murphy as a part of our team, and he said they look like a team who is lacking a bit of heart at the moment. As someone who's coached Sydney, and it is a unique environment, do you have those similar observations, or do you feel like this is very much a transition period for Sydney?
Yeah, well, I mean, they've got to establish their own brand, and I mean, the text message I get from past players, they're frustrated, like, where's the, things like what Bob is saying. I mean, clearly when teams are going through down periods, as the Swans are, and getting beaten by 90 points or whatever it was, you start to question the culture of the footy club. I mean, I think the culture's good. It's just the players have to respond. The player has a choice on a field. Do you run quickly and try and tackle that other player? At the moment, the Swans players aren't making choices that it's going to allow them to win games of football. So the Swans players need to decide whether they want to win or lose, because at the moment they're just not making enough choices to win games.
That's Roosy and I's beautiful connection that we have from working on ABC AFL Daily. Sorry, Roosy, I jumped the gun there, but I was excited to ask this. As we let you go, Brownlow medal night, 3-2-1, starting with the 1, obviously. Who was best on ground last night?
Well, I put the cue in the rack pretty early because I'm an old fella, but I mean, I'll just maybe give you some highlights. Brett Kirk's always a highlight when he, he's got not a great filter, so Kirky, not going to get the votes. I mean, I think you would expect that Leo would have probably marked that football about a dozen times over the last 24 hours. So that'd be correct. If you made that assumption that he reenacted that mark, so that's probably a reasonable assumption. Who else will I give? I mean, Mickey O. Mickey O's he's just the glue that makes everyone tick, sort of thing. So they'd be the three guys that I'd have to say with the standouts for different reasons.
Ty Kennelly said as part of our coverage at halftime, we just grabbed him and put a mic in front of him, that Jude Bolton addressed the team, and maybe they hadn't had the first half that he hoped they would after that address. So maybe Jude's future in coaching isn't to be.
Yeah, well, Jude put him to sleep with his pre-game. So I must admit, this is without being arrogant, boys. I was sort of, when I heard Coxie said, Jude's going to do the pre-game, I was sort of thinking, well, hang on, isn't there a premiership coach in the room? Like, wouldn't you what are you getting a midfielder, when you got a premiership coach that could pump them up? So I think what we know now is, it's a bit of a blue by Coxie, and Jude just put him to sleep before the game. So there was a bit of banter around that up in the box, I can assure you. So he's been banned for life, Jude, forever talking to a team again.
And finally, as we let you go, Rosie, coaching in Alice Springs, what was it like on the occasions where you're at the helm of the Demons? And it's such a great opportunity to get to the Northern Territory. We play the matches, of course, in Darwin, but these games are unique, and Melbourne has been such a pioneer. This is the 11th time they played at Traeger Park, and it is an important contribution which they make to the broader game.
I loved it. I really enjoyed going up there. It's a really good ground, good crowd, good atmosphere, and a good opportunity for Melbourne to continue the role. They started off slowly, as we all know. So I did really enjoy going up there, and I think it suits Melbourne style the way they are, with their good midfield, with Maxi Gorn, in really good form. The young players are starting to learn what AFL football is all about. They're really quick, they run. They've really been defending strongly, and they've been attacking really well. So the balance of the game's really good. But I love going up there, and it's a great place to play.
Do you think the Demons are back?
Well, I think what we're seeing now, I mean, momentum swings both in games, but obviously over, with Hawthorn have sort of dropped off significantly, and they were the talk of the town a month ago. Again, we talked about it. Melbourne struggled early. They're back on deck. We saw last year with Brisbane Lions winning a premiership. So, as you guys know, I'll more talk about trends. I mean, the trend is good for Melbourne at the moment. They're trending in the right direction. But we know, and Goody will know this as well, one win and one loss, and you sort of trend pretty quickly the other way. So, I like the way they're playing, and I think they go in, as firm favourites today.
They certainly are. Arusi, thanks as always for your time. We look forward to listening to the ABC AFL Daily podcast tomorrow.
Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it.
Sampy was held. See you, Arusi.
That never came up, I can assure you of that. Okay, see you.
Paul Roos joining you on Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron to call all the action. Adam Ramadaskas and Nathan Burke as the Saints make their way out onto Traeger Park.
But can you imagine if that free kick was called?
Oh, it would have been a kick after the siren in an AFL Grand Final. It would have been enormous.
It's a slightly different story to the one we tell today about the 72-year premiership drought broken.
But that's the thing. There's Leo Barry's mark, which is unbelievable. Or it could have been Ashley Sampi kicking for goal after the siren.
Now, I've spoken
Dom
to Ruzi
Sheed sort of moment for West Coast fans.
This is after the siren, not a grand final.
Absolutely.
I've spoken to Ruzi about it on the pod, the ABC AFL Daily pod, but he said, look, I'm not denying that. He was definitely held.
Yeah.
So one of those moments. It would have taken a brave umpire to pay the free kick.
Yeah, but you watch it.
Yeah.
You watch it. He goes, he was held. He was absolutely held.
I think it was unmanned Tig, wasn't it?
I think so.
He had a fistful of jumper.
Yeah.
Anyway, a bit of fun looking
Sliding
back at the past.
moments.
Yeah.
Good for Ruzi to jump on and have a chat to us. So
I think what we can all agree is fair, that West Coast and Sydney won one each.
Yep.
Like, that was fair. They played so many close games. One won a close one the other did as well. It was about right.
Yeah. I think it was fair in the end. I think both clubs walk away pretty happy.
Yeah.
Speaking of clubs who would like to feel a bit of happiness this afternoon, the Saints are out on Traeger Park. Melbourne a few moments away. We will have a Welcome to Country take place before the opening bounce. But St Kilda are an interesting watch at the moment, Berkey, your former club, as to where they sit at the moment. 4 wins and 7 losses. Ross Lyon has at times been the master tactician when he tries to break down opposition sides, and that, I think, got him into a bit of hot water last week as he tried to work out the tactical advantage he might be able to have against the Gold Coast Suns, and the reference to the Nepo baby. How do you see your former team as they, without Max King, which is a fair piece of their side which is missing, but they're in a phase, are they real bit rebuilding? Are they a little bit further advanced than where they would like to be? Is this the side in which Andrew Bassett thought he was giving Ross Lyon the keys to when they made the decision to go with him over, of course, Brett Ratton?
when he was handed the keys, the words to finish off, to put the icing on the cake, that was the feeling that Brett Ratton wasn't the man to do that. We needed an experienced finals campaigner like Ross to do that. It was probably only 12 months into that where the narrative changed to, we haven't got the talent and we have to go back and we've got to rebuild. The third oldest list now becomes the third youngest list. My, I suppose, dilemma question at the moment is, are these young blokes that they've got going to be good enough, taught well enough, that they are going to be driving the next finals campaign? Or do they need to top up with some guns on top of these young blokes because they're not quite going to get them there? And I don't know what the internal thought process is around that, because to me that's the $1 million question. Do they think they've got what they want, they've just got to develop them, or do they need to add on top?
Well, it's interesting. Someone asked sort of a wide-ranging helicopter view question to Ross in the press conference during the week about where they're at. And he said, we've got a strategic vision that we're executing on. So he referred to managing the salary cap, getting in some free agents with Tom De Koning. Well, I think that's the issue, Berkey. I think they believe that there's been some players who have been overpaid for what they are to get to whatever the percentage of the salary cap they have to use year on year. So they've actually been overpaying players.
But isn't that what they're going to do if they bring players in?
Well, it depends. They obviously feel like they're going to better evaluate the correct remuneration for their output. So salary cap, free agents, we need to go to the draft and we need to sign our own players like Isaiah Wanganeen-Malira.
So that's a bit of everything.
Yeah, but that's utopia for every club.
Yeah. He said, we want to be the best Saints side ever, which if we win the flag, they believe they will be. So that's their strategic vision they believe they're executing.
But if you look at their young players today, so Cabaniti, Hall, Boxall, Philippou, Carroll, Keeler, Mitch Owens, Wanganeen-Malira, Travaglia. That's what we're talking about right at the moment.
So the main one's Tom De Koning, isn't it? So that he's the one who's been linked to the club on a reported sort of $1.7 million per season deal, maybe upwards of that. They tried to get Finn Callahan, that didn't come to fruition. I look at it and say, is there going to be a meaningful difference between how much of a meaningful difference between what they get out of Rowan Marshall at the moment and Tom De Koning, and is that worth the difference in dollars?
Well, I'll ask you a different question. How much combined do you reckon Adelaide paid Isaac Cumming, Pete Ling and Alex Neil-Bullen? That's a good
Probably
question.
less than $2 million maybe.
And how much better have they made Adelaide?
I'd say a fair bit better.
Yep.
You can also say that's a double-edged sword because the Giants have lost a bit of that depth and Adelaide now all of a sudden have a bit more of that depth.
Your point is, don't go for one, go for multiple.
Yes.
Give me two. Yeah. If you're going to spend, let's say 1.7, probably more. Give me two 850 midfielders.
Yeah.
That's what St Kilda need, not another guy who's going to juggle the ruck with Rowan Marshall and forward. I just cannot get my head around wanting him in the first place.
I think you squeezed.
You just spoke about talent on the list.
Yeah.
You giving that much money to one player, I'm in Berkey. Spread that money around to as many good players as you can. Then you've got so much talent on your list. Like you look at Brisbane last year. Why did they win the premiership? Because they got talent on every line.
Yeah, stars everywhere.
And look at the last 6 ruckmen that have won grand finals have not been all Australians. So Rowan Marshall is a good enough ruck to take you to a grand final.
Well, I crunched the numbers earlier this year, Berkey, when they came up against one another, and in that game they were very similar. And overall, you get a little more dynamism out of TDK where he bursts out of the front of stoppage, but generally the numbers are pretty similar.
I think whatever path St Kilda commit to going down, they actually have to stick to it.
Yeah.
Because there's what happens with clubs, there's just all these false start after false start. And you go, okay, we're going to do this, and then you realise in 4 years' time it doesn't work, so you go back to the start again. And then you go back to the start again. And then and before you know it, Berkey, it's 10 years are gone.
Yep.
A whole career of a player is gone.
I just hope that they don't get to the point of missed out on Finn Callahan. Probably there was 3 or 4 others that they've had big bets on, and then go, we're not going to lose another one, so just keep chucking more and more at them.
Yeah.
And hope that they don't miss out on one, because that one looked good for us. A bit like North Melbourne a while ago, couldn't attract anyone.
Yep.
They've gone, well, we're not going to do that anymore. Let's just go back and get some young fellas coming in. It just does not make sense to me in any way, shape or form why you would spend that amount of money. This is nothing against the young Carlton player.
No.
It's just the process and the plan to spend that amount of money just does not make sense.
The other player is Nasiah Wanganeen-Milrow, who has a contract in front of him. He's out of contract at season's end. It's slightly delicate because the reports are he's considering going back to South Australia to being closer to family. Do they have to be careful, St Kilda, that they don't throw absolutely everything and try to convince him to stay for the wrong reasons if they are trying to attract all that talent to come for the right reasons?
Again, I'll ask the question a different way. If they're throwing that much money at Tom Takoni, what's Nasiah entitled to ask for?
That's hard because we don't know. We don't know what they're offering.
Yeah.
So we speculate without knowing what's on the bit of paper presented to him.
I can tell you that they've been after him ever since he arrived.
Yeah, absolutely.
The day that he arrived at the Saints, they've been wanting to get him back and courting him big time.
So your confidence levels would be low, given that contract has been in front of him for a long time, you're saying?
Yeah, I'm shaky about that one.
Well, the other reality of that is, though, they have to trade.
Yes.
It'll be a very difficult trade.
Yeah, so they might be able to get some talent in there.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question about St Kilda? Berkey, as someone who is a champion there, has played over 300 games there for a long period of time. I feel like at the moment there's a fair amount of whinging that is coming out of St Kilda. You know, it's the NGA academies, it's the father-sons, it's everyone else's fault. Why is that such a pervasive attitude through St Kilda at the moment, and was that something you experienced when you were there?
No, not at all, but that whinging that you're hearing, that's a tactic.
Yeah.
It's not just frustration in the background that's suddenly just spurting out here and there. It's a tactic. They got together a little while ago and no doubt said, hey, there's too many injustices that we're on the wrong side of here. Let's have a concerted effort. The President will make a speech at the best and fairest. Ross will throw it in whenever he can. I know that they've made numerous petitions to the AFL themselves about certain things. So it's a tactic, and these little bits that you're hearing from Ross about Nepo babies, that is just purely designed to not let it die off, to keep it on the front page.
And so this is not just St Kilda, this is all clubs. All clubs have been getting sick of going to the AFL with these issues and either getting, one, nothing happens with it, or no response. So St Kilda have thought to themselves, well, we need to make this public and put it into the public domain for others to have the discussion about as well. So trust me, St Kilda aren't the only one thinking this. There's a few other clubs that are also thinking it and just probably not afraid to say it out loud.
Yeah, I'm glad. I reckon these other clubs are going, hey, Saints, go for your lives.
Yeah.
Go hell for leather. We'll get the outcome of your whinging.
Yeah, I also don't think it's necessarily a thing that needs to be said out loud. Like, I think it's maybe it is a conversation that the other clubs, you sort of advocate in private behind closed doors and you don't make excuses publicly. And the Ross Lyon I knew in Perth, don't complain, don't explain.
No, that's right.
And you know, anywhere, anytime.
Yeah.
This doesn't feel like that. And even the reference of the Nepo babies, I think, was him basically saying they've got so much talent, we can't compete with that.
Same time, but it also, what Ross is doing, it does mask the performance of St Kilda as well.
Ross is a master deflector. Yeah. We all know that.
Adam Ramanauskas, Nathan Burke, alongside Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron to bring you Melbourne and St Kilda from Traeger Park in Alice Springs. What about the Demons, Rama? We got a good look at them last week. They won 5 of their last 6. Keziah Pickett is another player who's never far from the spotlight in terms of whether he might eventually return back to Western Australia. Brad Green at the start of the season said it's off the table. When he played in the manner in which he did last week, there aren't too many players who are more enjoyable to watch than Keziah Pickett. And alongside Max Gawn, it feels like they and Christian Petrarca play such a pivotal role for the Demons.
Oh, he's certainly elevated his game again this year. So he's now turned into one of the absolute stars of the competition. He had 9 scoring shots last week, and all 10 actually, because he kicked a torpedo and it didn't go anywhere. So I just love seeing him up in the midfield a little bit more. because he's so dynamic up there. His sidestep is as good as anybody in the competition, and it's fast, so nobody can catch him. But I think it's those other players that I mentioned a little bit earlier, sort of Judd McVie, Windsor, Jake Bowie, Harvey Langford, Xavier Lindsay, even Trent Rivers, I think, progressed his game again this season. Harry Sharp. I like the game. Aiden Johnson had 6 possessions last week in the forward line. But I thought the way he competed and kept the ball in his area for then his smaller players to go to work, they're changing before our eyes, Clinchy.
Well, Jacob Van Rooyen is an emergency this afternoon.
Well, he's not getting a game ahead of Aiden Johnson.
No, Jack Viney missing another week with concussion, but in your eyes, and as you've articulated, Aiden Johnson did the job last week, and Simon Goodwin said, well, we're not going to not warrant that, and he stayed in the side.
And he deserves to. He absolutely deserves to hold his spot. I think as a coach, all you want your forwards to do is, 1, compete, first and foremost, 2, not get outmarked inside your forward 50. And then if you can kick a couple of goals, Berkey, perfect.
So we don't unfortunately have a strong enough audio to bring you the Welcome to Country taking place, but Melbourne for the 11th time hosting in Alice Springs, and they are wearing their Indigenous jumper, which was designed by Cosy Pickett's dad, so they are wearing that this afternoon. Jack Carroll is making his debut for the Saints. He will start as the sub, and St Kilda, as part of National Reconciliation Week, are also wearing their alternative clash, which is their First Nations jersey this afternoon, designed by Nasiah Wanganeen Millera. So as the players are going through their final preparations, maybe Rama and Berkey, just a couple of thoughts as to the matchups, the players you're most looking forward to watching this afternoon.
For me, Mason Wood is a really interesting player for the Saints. To me, he's probably their most consistent, effective forward. Last week, he had to play in the back line because they weren't quite tall enough. Melbourne not necessarily going to stretch them for height, so I want to see him playing up forward this week, give him an extra avenue for goal. Dan Butler comes in for his first game this year. He's been sorely missed around goals, so that'll be interesting. But for me, it's that Saints, I think they're 5% less kicking efficiency from their opponent every single week, which is the worst differential. Amongst any of the teams. Saints often get criticised for being stodgy with their ball movement. They actually do try and move the ball quickly from half-back inside their forward 50. They're just not great at it. And to me, that's the reason. Last week they kicked 6 goals. They kicked another 2 in time on in the last quarter to get to 8. Can they kick a big enough score to beat Melbourne, which you said before the game? They've gone from 60 points a game to 90 points a game. Saints kicking 90 points a game, it's not going to happen. So their defensive structures have to get Melbourne down around about 60. So for me, that's the key for the Saints today.
I think that the real concern for St Kilda over the last couple of weeks is their good players have been playing really well, and then they haven't been winning. So if you go back to the West Coast game, Wanganeen Millera played well, Jack Steele played well, Rowan Marshall played well, Sinclair played well. So all their real prime movers played well. So I'm on the lookout for the next wave of St Kilda play. Can they get to a level now that's then going to be really competitive and keep them in the game? Last week against Gold Coast, I always thought Gold Coast had relative control of the game. And I was sort of waiting for somebody else. Like, can Philippou really elevate his game? Now, we know he's a good young player, but can he go to the next level as a player? Caminiti, I've liked his work, what he's been able to do, but can he either play forward and kick goals or go back and be a real presence behind the ball? Isaac Keeler, another young player. Does he settle and find a position in this team? He's 200 centimetres. He's a really big boy and a real talent, but can he elevate his level to what we want it to be? Hunter Clark, he's had horrible luck with injury, but we've also watched when he's played really good football. He's been a terrific contributor to St Kilda, so it's the next wave for the Saints that I'll keep my eye on today. And then for Melbourne, I just want to see more of the same that we've seen over the last 6 weeks, Benny. They've been absolutely terrific. The way they've for the first time in a long time, it's excited me to come and watch a game where Melbourne are playing. Whereas in the past, you'd turn up to watch a game of football with Melbourne, okay, yep, this is what they're going to do. They're going to win the ball at the contest. They're going to kick it forward. They're going to set up behind the ball. The opposition might only score 50 points. It'll be boring.
I think there was a really telling comment on that from James Hurd on Footy Classified, who's worked with Simon Goodwin at Essendon. And he said that Simon Goodwin is naturally really risk-averse with the ball. And that's what we'd seen with Melbourne. And somehow someone's ripped the Band-Aid off. And they're going for it. They're taking more risks. And look what's happening.
The reality is it couldn't be any more obvious what they had to do after the first 5 rounds of the season. So it was either Goody, change, or it might be the end of your coaching career, unfortunately. And to his credit, he's embraced it.
The Demons have won the coin toss with Max Gawn alongside Stephen May and Keziah Pickett. They'll head to the McDonald Rangers end here at Traeger Park in Alice Springs. While out there was Isaac Keeler alongside Jack Steele for the toss of the coin, with Bailey Laurie and Jack Carroll, the subs for the respective sides this afternoon. So we're just about in readiness. Just the 2 games on this Sunday of round 12 in the AFL. West Coast and Geelong. The final match to take place from Perth. But it's Melbourne in 11th spot on the AFL ladder. The Saints sitting in 13th. A chance for the Demons to continue their climb up the AFL ladder from Traeger Park to get us underway. Here's Ben Cameron.
All in readiness. Umpire Williamson in the middle of Traeger Park. Lays it down. Marshall and Gawn. Marshall wins the opening tap. Out after it is Pickett. Onto it Bowie, though. He's tackled quickly, and a big tackle from Windhager. Holding the ball, and the free kick going to St Kilda. Bowie just chucks it down on the ground, and Windhager in the middle of the ground. Driving kick inside 50, looking for a marker. Sharman launching at it, doesn't come down with it. At the fall of the ball, Jones going out after it. Pickett extracts it, sweeps a handball away to Petrarca. To Judd McVie, goes back to Petrarca. D's on the back flank. He'll kick around the wing, the Todd River wing, up towards the contest, and the Saints are there. Webster swinging a handball back, and then a short kick from Wilkie, doesn't go the required distance, and the Saints work it out. Sinclair at centre half back.
Sharman winded himself after that first marking attempt, came down right on his side, slow to get up.
Off the back of 29 disposals and 2 goals last week for Jack Sinclair. Out to Wanganeen Millera. Hugs the boundary line with a kick out to Mason Wood. Takes the mark. Hand pass away to the runner, Burns. Drives St Kilda up towards half forward in the direction of Keeler. It bounces off his head in the end. Spills out in front. We're going to Workers Hall. Gets the hand pass away to Owens. Into the pocket looking for Higgins. He can't gather. And it's chopped off by McVie. Gets a hand pass back to Rivers. And the D's out of defence with Lindsay with a kick up towards the wing. A bouncing ball for Harrison Petty. He gathers and gets the hand pass away to Fritsch. A searching ball out in front of Chandler. Should have enough time to run onto it. In front of Wanganeen Millera. He looks up towards half forward. The lead is close to the boundary line, and Cal Wilkie makes the spoil. Sees it out of play against Jake Melcham, and a boundary throw in.
That's an interesting matchup, that Wilkie's gone to Jake Melcham. Wilkie often goes to the opposition's best forward, so and Melcham usually plays a bit of a defensive role.
Is it the other way? Has Melky tried to maybe go to...
I don't know, I'm not sure.
We saw Fritsch kicking the ball pretty much out of his defence, so Wilkie wouldn't want to be up that high. He always stays deep.
Saints come away with it. Steele kicks around the Todd River wing. Keeler drops the mark there to mop up Bowie. Handball out. Out towards Sharman, who gives it back to Keeler. Runs the boundary line. He'll kick the Saints inside 50. Getting back, May marks. Back pocket here for the D's. Down at the town end of the ground. Goes to McVie. Bounding out of the back pocket. A couple of bounces and a third. Breaks the paint at 50. Chips out wide and a good kick for Langford. He'll poke it short. Coming up, Sparrow marks just backward of the wing. Gillen wing of this Traeger Park ground.
Opening 2.5 minutes, no score in this match from Traeger Park. The kick up towards the wing. It's spoiled away in the end by Langford as Petrarca races after it. Sliding in, gets to the footy first in front of Sinclair. Gets the hand pass to Clayton Oliver. Good vision as he chips it inside 50. Spotted Bailey Fritsch on his own. He's out marking out to the right, just inside the 50.
Well done by Petrarca there. He was fighting for the ball on the ground with Sinclair, and to be honest, he just wanted the ball a little bit more than what the Saints player did. Got
back to his feet really quickly there.
Fantastic effort, and Oliver's always hanging around for that handball receive.
He's had a slow start to the season, Bailey Fritsch, but 10 goals from 10 games, 10-14 for the season as he comes in, out to the right from just inside 50. He drags it right, but it centres and comes back perfectly. The Demons are the opening goal of the match at Traeger Park. Melbourne 1 straight 6 to St Kilda yet to score. Bailey Fritsch up to his 11th goal for the season. 3.5 minutes gone. Opening term on Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
And it's interesting how Petrarca and Oliver are sort of have reinvented themselves a little bit in this system as well that Simon Goodwin wants to play. Usually there's some reluctance from your superstars when a coach wants to change things sort of, early in the season. But to their credit, Oliver's tagged over the last couple of weeks. Petrarca's played more half forward, but you can see so much more intensity from Petrarca around the contest. And look, I get that. Like, the injury that he had last season, that was horrible. So it was always going to take him time to really get that energy and, I guess, that little bit of courage that you have to have as a footballer too, Berkey.
I'm not sure why you leave Bailey Fritsch standing 40 metres out all by himself inside your forward 50, though. That staggers me. Modern-day defending.
Thoughts of Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke. Sunday Footy on ABC Sport. Bowie off the back edge of the square or from inside D50, runs in, kicks inside 50. Free kick going the way of the Saints.
Oh, he's hurt himself, Melksham.
Yeah, looks like a collarbone he's reaching for at the moment as well. As the kick goes into the middle of the ground, and the Saints, they just fluff their lines for the time being, and a free kick to Chandler. Able to ping Ryan Marshall holding the ball. So Chandler chips the D's into the pocket. Melksham, he's back up. He can't take the mark. Hacks it out of midair. And the umpire's picked out a free kick. So it'll go the way of the Demons. So Melksham.
Well, he's carrying that left shoulder, Benny. So he went into that marking contest.
Oh, yeah. So just landed heavily on
it.
Shoulder and immediately felt for maybe the AC joint.
But then he comes back here and it's amazing when the ball's in your area, Berkey.
It doesn't hurt.
Shoulder doesn't really hurt, does it?
Especially when you're within 30 metres of goals, it goes away instantly.
It's kind of like running. It's hard to run back, but when you get a chance of getting the footy, you can find an extra little second wind. Tight angle, right forward pocket. Melksham's drop punt is across the face. A minor score. First blemish of the afternoon for either side. The D's 1-1-7, all of the scoring. St Kilda yet to hit the scoreboard. Sunday Footy on ABC Sport. We've played 6 minutes.
As Jack Sinclair looks to bring the Saints back into play, looking down Traeger Park, he decides to head to the back pocket. He puts it out in front of the run of Webster. He looks to try and bring it back inboard. The kick missed Wanganeen Millera. Chance of the Demons as Fritsch runs onto it. Handbuster Bowie's crunched in a tackle by Hunter Clark. Spills out towards Zach Jones. He's tackled by Bowie but gets a hand pass forward. Wanganeen Millera bumped off it by Salem. Quick 1-2 from Langford. As he feeds the hand pass back to Max Gorn. Now out onto the wing. It's Lindsay who eventually gets the hand pass away. He kicks up towards half forward where the mark is taken for the Demons. Driven inside 50 by Sparrow, but Cowlooky's there. Takes a good mark for the Saints in the left back pocket as he works it back to Brad Hill.
Not the required 15. Hill runs away with it. He'll send a kick out towards the wing and the mark taken by Sharman. Backward of the Todd River wing. Kicks up close to the line and Keeler just marks. St Kilda in predominantly white with the three panels, the red, black and white. The D's in a traditional looking jumper. It is their Sir Doug Nicholls round jumper, but navy blue with the red chevron up the top. As the Saints chip it around inside their defensive half. They work it down towards the broadcast wing. Here's Travalia going for a run down that wing. He kicks up to half forward. Wants a marker down there. It's only the D's and Langford. Rammer, I'm sure you would have seen coming through as he takes the intercept mark. Looks very good overhead, this young man.
Won the Lark medal last year, so in the under-18 championships. So, very good player. Dandenong Stingrays.
Adam Ramanauskas alongside Nathan Burke with you for Sunday Footy on ABC Sport. As Rivers goes back inside the defensive 50 to Stephen May. Chips it to Salem, who marks it right half back. Returned to form last week for Christian Salem as well. 31 disposals. As he waxes with May once more, and now the long search and kick up to Fritsch on the wing. He takes the mark and feeds the hand pass to Lindsay. Melbourne good in transition, kicks to the pocket, and here's Rammer's man. Hayden Johnson marks in the left forward pocket, hard against the boundary. And the Demons seeming like having to play a bit of patience there, but in the end transitioned especially easily.
Well, now they're both involved there. So Harvey Langford, then Xavier Lindsay.
Johnson's going to open up the angle, curls it around the body and misses everything to the near side. Out of bounds on the full, up against the left behind post. The Demons leading by 7 points, 8.5 minutes gone. Opening term, Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
I mentioned those two, but I think Melbourne certainly got those two selections right. I think they're both inside the top 10.
It was fitting in the sunshine, and in the red centre we've got the red footy out. Sinclair goes short to Wilkie, runs by for the handball, kicks up to the wing, a good kick. Leading up, Woodmarks.
Keep an eye on Filippo for the Saints as well. He's gone down in the hands of the doctors as well. Not quite sure yet.
Woods swings a kick back into the D50, and the mark taken there by Wilkie, who kicks up to centre half back. Steele accepts. He looks out to the Todd River wing, has a player on in Hill. Hill marks. He chips it on slightly further afield, and Keeler comes up. He accepts it. Now Keeler up towards half forward for the Saints, punched away. Disco Turner comes in and spoils the party. Out of play it goes and thrown right at the elbow of 50 in the boundary line.
Keeler's done well coming up the ground, taking marks. He's taken 3 marks, had 3 kicks at the moment, but the Saints ideally don't want him kicking the ball inside 50. All of the delivery so far hasn't been great to the advantage of the forward. So if you're Melbourne, you're saying, yeah, big fella, you can have it, because we're generally getting it back.
Nathan Burke with you on ABC Sport. Gawn wins down the tap against Marshall through the hands of Bowie. Clark gets a hand pass out towards Hall for the Saints. Fends off the tackle of Chandler. Hand pass down low for Cooper Sharman, trying to gather. He's tackled immediately by Lindsay, and the umpire will ball it up. 5-6 the inside 50s with St Kilda trailing. The Demons 1-1-7 to the Saints yet to score. And concern, as you said, Berkey, around Mateus Filippo. So Carroll making his club debut for the Saints this afternoon, starting as a sub. All of a sudden it's starting to warm up. Cosy Pickett can't break clear. The umpire will ball it up once more, still inside the attacking 50. Brad Hill's doing up his shoelaces right behind the umpire as Gawn wins down the tap. Gets it to Oliver, a slinging tackle. So Clayton Oliver, he wants it downfield, and rightfully so. The umpire says yes. The Demons take it as they kick up towards Petrarca at half forward. And the kick in the end wasn't marked, and Trevally is over the top of the footy. He might have a problem here as the umpire circles and gives him the benefit of the doubt.
He's led it by 7 points. Nearly 11 minutes travelled. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Marshall slaps it down. It ricochets away to Max Gawn, who shovels a handball forward. Getting there first is Webster. He's over the footy. The umpire picks out a high free kick. They go the way of the D's.
Well, he's right on the spot there, the umpire.
He was close.
Umpires O'Gorman, Williamson, Dora and Fry. Bailey Fritsch rubs the hand through his hair, sweeps it back out of his face, comes infield with the kick to Max Gawn. 2 kicks from home. Gawn sets it up to a warmish sort of spot. Wants a marker down there. Spoiled away by Caminiti. Sharp gathers the footy. Handball to Salem. D's possession. Handball to Windsor. He'll chip it into the pocket. Pickett! He marks. Bob's up. It was like he knew where the kick was going before anybody else, and he marks 15 out slide angle. And he's right at home in the red centre. No! His snap doesn't make the distance, and Brad Hill's on the last line and marks.
Very casual there from Cozzy.
Just hurried.
Yeah.
Whether he didn't want to think about it and just going back, kick it through, but that's a certain goal. It's blowing their chance.
Absolutely, as Brad Hill moves it to Boxhill at half-back. All of a sudden they're in quick transition up to Cooper Sharman. Hand pass away to Mitch Owens. They're on here. Kicks into the pocket. Hall will run into the open goal, and St Kilda have their first. The Demons 1-1-7 to the Saints 1 straight 6. It was downhill running in the end, and Max Hall got on the end of it. And the Saints close the gap to 1 point as he is exhausted after streaming forward there. Nathan Burke and Adam Ramanauskas, Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
I have no doubt that the rest of the Melbourne players on that field said, Pickett's got the ball.
It's a goal.
20 metres out. It's a goal. They were just having a chat with each other, jogging back to their position. It was marked on the goal line, and within 3 kicks it was down the other end. So he not only burnt his team on the scoreboard, he burnt the rest of his players who were anticipating that he was going to kick the goal.
How do you coach that? Like, he's a pretty dynamic, natural footballer. Do you say, come on, Cozzy, you need to be more... Or does he know when it goes unsaid?
He knows.
Yeah, you live by the sword, die by the sword.
Yep.
If it goes through, you say, yep, fair enough. But if not, you say, mate, you've got a responsibility to the team to kick those. I don't care how you do it, but just put them through.
Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Winning the tap down, St Kilda through Caminiti. Off towards Jones, who gives it off to Wanganeen Malera. Kicks up to Hunter Clark, gives it back to Wanganeen Malera. Bursts through them, inside 50, swings a handball. The snap from the pocket doesn't quite come off. It'll go back to Wood. He'll chip it back to a central position, looking for Wangani Malira. Spills down to Clark again. He's wrenched off the kick. Now they fight after it. Back out towards Keeler. He'll snap on goal and put it through. The Saints in front. Just like that. St Kilda kicked 2 in a minute. And after the Cozzy miss, they've gone bang, bang. And just like that, it's 2 straight 12 plays, 1-1-7. 13 minutes into this opening term Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Oh, I love that from St Kilda. Just had the ball drop there. So you see so many teams there just switch off once the ball hits the ground, but St Kilda continue to apply pressure inside their forward 50. And I mentioned Keeler earlier in the game, such a naturally gifted footballer, playing forward today. He's had a couple of runs as a defender in the VFL, but I think his best spot is forward and maybe pinch hitting in the ruck. So hitting the scoreboard early in the game will do the confidence in the world of good.
It's interesting, they used Mitch Owens as that second ruck in that ruck contest with Keeler staying forward, and you're right, he did play as a defender last week. They love his versatility, and that he hasn't done a lot in the games that he's played, but they see something in him.
Back in the middle of the ground, Clark got it to Winhager for the Saints, inside 50 once more. Keeler caught behind against Stephen May, who did well to control the footy, pirouetting it out of traffic, gets the hand pass away to Windsor, kicks the Demons up the wing, and Bailey Fritsch will get a free kick for a hold. Possession number 7 coming up for him, so playing further up the ground, Rammer, rather than playing closer to goal as he feeds the hand pass around the boundary line.
Which is something that he's had to embrace, Clinchy. He was very reluctant to get away from deep inside forward 50, but Simon Goodwin has asked him to do that. He went back to the reserves at one stage earlier this year, so if he wants to play in this or continually play in this team, that's the role that Simon Goodwin wants him.
Windsor's kick was out on the full, so Brad Hill takes the free kick with St Kilda leading by 5 points. He kicks up towards right half forward around the River wing, and the mark is taken by Cooper Sharman. He's at right half forward, still 2 kicks out from goal. Sends it long into the pocket in the direction of Keeler, who got rid of Stephen May, nudged him underneath legally in the eyes of the umpire. And a tight angle, but a chance of back-to-back goals for him, and 3 on the bounce for the Saints.
Yeah, outstanding. It was Cooper Sharman got himself into a little bit of strife and had to kick the ball on his left foot, but Stephen May playing in front, the ball drifted over the back and well read by the young fella. And it looks like Jack Carroll has got the jumper on and about to be inserted into this game.
So that's no good for Mateus Filippo, who for so long hasn't been able to have much luck with his body. But here's Keeler in the right forward pocket. He fires towards goal and it's right all the way through for a minor score. St Kilda by 7 points. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. 2-1-13 to the Demons at 1-1-7.
Christian Salem to bring the D's back into action. Ambles to the pocket. Now looks up towards the wing, trying to set it up for a leading target. Coming at the footy, Petty doesn't take the mark. Caminiti pinches it, snaps the Saints back towards full forward. Holding free kick, Butler will get it. At full forward. Eventually it'll come back, but he's done well there, Berkey and Rammer.
He's crafty, Dan Butler. He knew that he probably wasn't, the way the ball was coming in, it would have been virtually impossible to take a contested mark, so he just puts his body into his opponent, so his opponent just wraps an arm around. It didn't look like there was a whole lot in it, to be totally honest, but these crafty veterans, they can milk a free kick.
One of the inclusions for St Kilda, 2 games in the VFL, back from an Achilles injury, and the Saints are in stride now. They've kicked 3 in a row. After Melbourne kicked the first, they lead by 12 points. 3-1-19 plays 1-1-7. 17 and a half minutes into the opening stanza. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, Dan Butler, he's a player that the Saints have missed. The small forward role has pretty much fallen on Jack Higgins. Yeah. He's been doing it extremely well. Max Hall has come into the side, and to be honest, he's done really well. And he shows a lot of promise in his first year of football. But just having Dan Butler in, you can guarantee that he might kick 1 or 2. He's going to give away another 3 or 4. It just gives them that extra avenue. I think that's an absolutely disgraceful free kick, to be totally honest. I'm back for St Kilda, and that was a disgraceful free kick. There's no way in a million years that should have been paid.
There's Philippou at the back of the bench, so he's been subbed out of the game.
Yeah.
Just trying to get confirmation of what for.
Now, free kick going the way of Clayton Oliver. He might have caught one to the midriff by Zach Jones. So, in the close tangle taking place there, Oliver will take the free kick, and Melbourne looking for a response. From the middle of Traeger Park, he drives the Demons inside 50. Gawn's gone forward. Almost takes the mark. It's spoiled down in the end. Roll Marshall tangles at ground level. He and Gawn are over the footy, and you know that's no easy task to try and get it out. So Zach Jones with a punch with the right arm to the midriff of Clayton Oliver, and the umpire spotted that. From the ball up, it spills out the way of Webster. He's tackled by Cosy Pickett. Jake Melcham over the top, and the umpire will ball it up once more. Demons in attack, St Kilda leading by 12 points. 19 minutes gone opening term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Ball up, inside forward 50 for the D's. Gawn slapping it down. Ball hits the deck, Windhager over it, Rivers over him.
It's good move playing Max Gawn forward when he's not in the ruck, because Saints do really struggle for tall defenders.
Just getting some shots of Filippo. Looks like ice maybe on the calf or the ankle. As the Saints emerge with it, Webster kicks up into the middle of the ground. The D's have the numbers. McVee, one of those, twisting, turning. He'll kick out to the wing. His kick is a good one. Finds Sharp. Runs away with it. Drives it long into the pocket for the D's. Wants a marker down there, Caminiti. Fingertips through it. Or to it, and he knocks it out of play, and a throw-in coming. Left forward pocket. St Kilda by 12 points, nearly time on in the first.
Rowan.
Ben Cameron alongside Matt Clinch calling all the action. Adam Romanascus and Nathan Burke, your experts on ABC Sport. The Demons starting promisingly. The Saints have responded lately. 10-9 the inside 50 St Kilda's way. And now free kick against Clayton Oliver for a hold. So swings it roundabout. Zach Jones gets the free kick on this occasion.
1-1.
So 1-1. As Jones goes very short to Rowan Marshall lunging forward in front of Bailey Fridge. Gets the hand pass away to Hill at centre half back for the Saints. Through the middle of Traeger Park in the direction of Kilda, who rises and is having a few good moments here. He looks to try and chip it into the middle of the ground because Sinclair's pushed forward. He has it at the edge of the centre square, trying to go down low for Jack Higgins. He gathers on the bounce, curls it around his body in the direction of Cooper Sharman. Can't take the mark, but Clark is front and centre. He fires on goal and misses to the left-hand side on his left boot. A golden opportunity for a fourth St Kilda goal ahead of quarter time. They lead by 13 points, 20 minutes gone, opening term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, Port missed that one. 15 metres out.
Jake Bowie taking the kick in, playing against his dad Brett's old club, goes to McVee and then back to Bowie, who sends it up to the wing in the Gawn direction. He doesn't take the mark. Out the back, Wilkie for St Kilda. To Jones, feeding a handball back. Caminiti kicks infield dangerously, just gets it to Windhager, who feeds the handball back to Jones. Through the middle goes St Kilda. Marshall to Windhager, chaining handballs, breaking it up with the kick. Inside 50, Travalia towards a contest off the hands of Lever. Out the back it goes. Bowie cleans it up. Handball away to Windsor. Back pocket for the D's. He'll chip a kick up towards the back flank. Bouncing ball. And out of play it goes off the hands of Webster. Throwing coming. Right half forward for St Kilda. They lead it by 13. 22 played in the first.
So just repeating that news, Mateus Filippo has been subbed out with a calf injury, and Jack Carroll making his debut for the Saints this afternoon comes into the action. Bailey Laurie the sub for the Demons. St Kilda by 13 points, 22 minutes gone. Opening term on ABC Sport. Gawn and Marshall tangle once more. Gawn gets to the front, wins down the tap, but Webster gathers. Hand passes over the hands of Wanganeen Millera, pinched by Sparrow, trying to get a hand pass away to Rivers. He spins out of traffic, breaks the tackle of Zach Jones and kicks out towards Langford. At half-back, Sinclair lays the tackle and the Saints take back possession. Butler gets it forward to Sinclair, wants it back down Butler. He centres the kick in the direction of Higgins. It's spoiled away from him by the Demons' defence. Out in front of Rivers. He leaves it in the end for Langford. His hand pass to Windsor, didn't stick. Driving in was Higgins down low. He eventually wins the footy, gets the hand pass away. Here's the chance of the Saints. Carroll on cue, top of the goal square, gets it to Keeler. He has a second from millimetres out. The Saints all of a sudden with the last 4 goals of the match. And they open up a 19-point advantage here. 4-2-26 to the Demons 1-1-7. And all of a sudden, Isaac Keeler has 2 goals. Adam Romanascus and Nathan Burke with you.
Well, and he's taken 2 contested marks in this quarter also, which is, I think, will be most pleasing for Ross Lyon and his coaching staff. The goals come. The goals come on the back of work rate and effort. And I think this quarter, we're probably seeing what Isaac Keeler can be as a player. Now the challenge for him is to do it consistently week in, week out. But I love, again, the forward pressure there by by St Kilda. It's not perfect football by any stretch at the moment for the Saints, but this is the thing. It doesn't need to be perfect if you get the end result. Inside 50s at the moment, 13-9 in St Kilda's favour, so getting a little bit of bang for buck at the moment.
King Keeler, he looks like Wayne Carey at the moment. As Marshall wins the tap down, but onto it quickly. Petrarca kicks inside 50. Out the back it goes. Wilkie tracks it back. St Kilda on the last line. Wangani Malera running across his goal mouth. Into the pocket. Plenty of time to lace out a pass for Jones. He's a smooth mover. Wangani Malera and a beautiful distributor. Jones on the back flank. Called to move it on, so kick up towards the wing. Massive fly. Turner goes up and brings it down. D's back with the footy. He'll send them back inside 50. Looking for a contest. Caminiti hands to it. Holding free kick. It'll go to Caminiti.
Move out, Nas, move out.
So he'll have it at fullback for the Saints. They led it by 19 points. Kicked the last 4 goals of the game after Melbourne through Fritsch. Kicked the first.
Caminiti thought about switching it to the grandstand side. We'll now head out to the Riverside here at Traeger Park. It's over the outreach fingertips of Max Gawn, and Ryan Marshall puts on a block, allows Mitch Owens to gather. Hand pass to Marshall, kicks up towards half forward. Hall takes the mark. Feeds the hand pass away. The Saints at right half forward. The kick was over the head of Higgins. In the end, Cooper Sharman does the work at ground level. Gets the hand pass away. The shot on goal from Boxhill across the face. Butler runs onto the left forward pocket. Hand pass away to Mason Wood. Hand pass to Travalia. Swings it towards goal. It's another one for the Saints. Toby Travalia with his second goal in AFL footy in just his 7th match. And the Saints are off to the fast start here at Traeger Park. 5 of the opening 6 goals of the match. 5-2-32 to Melbourne 1-1-7 after the Demons booted the opening goal of the match. That's 5 on the bounce of the Saints. Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke.
Well, quickly, when the ball hits the ground inside the Saints forward line, the outnumbering of the Saints smalls is just startling. Where are the small defenders for Melbourne? They're just not really in the picture. There's 2 or 3 handballs every single time, and even that time then the ball hit the ground and the Saints weren't clean with their ball use, but still were able to manage to clean it up and get the ball to a winger who drifted down all by himself. So, the Melbourne small defenders need to get themselves into the game and start to man up.
They just look like they got more energy than the D's at the moment.
Yeah, what a start this is. Free kick going to St Kilda in the middle as well. Advantage taken by Windhager. Gives it up to Burns. Kicks inside 50. Through the hands of the target down there, Sharman. It spits out. Hall will fire on goal and whack through another. The cattle farmer from the Yarra Valley at home in the red centre. His second and 6 straight for the Saints. Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke with St Kilda leading 6-2-38. Plays 1-1-7, 26 into the first.
It's so much more of an attractive style that St Kilda are playing at the moment. So they're moving the ball on at every occasion. They're applying forward pressure at every opportunity there. So Cooper Sharman couldn't mark that ball, but then Higgins is right there with the crumb. And then gives it, the first give a little handball to, who was that? Sorry, Hall,
Ryan
wasn't it?
Burns, yeah.
Was it?
Burns kicked it, and Higgins handball to Hall.
They kicked 6 goals on 2 occasions so far this season, and now they've made that 3. So the Saints off to such a promising start here, with Hall now with 2 goals alongside Keeler as well. Back in the middle, Jack Steele goes to work, diving in down low to try and feed the hand pass out. Sinclair was dragged off it when not in possession, just as the Demons were about to go inside 50. Boxall's throwing his weight around. He's wrestling with Tom Sparrow, and eventually a 50-metre penalty might be paid. No, the Saints are going to just take the advantage as Windhager receives it, gets it forward to Steele. Hand pass to Boxall. Hand pass looking for Windhager at half forward. Feeds it away to Burns. Kicks inside 50, down low in the end. Unable to run onto it was Carroll. It spills out the way of the Demons. A clearing kick in the end by Windsor as he finds Harrison Petty, who marks centre wing on the grandstand side. St Kilda by 31 points, 6-2-38. To the Demons 1-1-7. Petty up towards half forward. Melcham caught behind. It comes off the hands of Mason Wood. Picking it up, here's Wilkie. He's tackled and brought down as it's locked up at left half forward for the Demons.
They need to get the quarter time here, Melbourne. And just reset and restart again.
Somewhat surprisingly, third time this year St Kilda have kicked 6 goals in the opening term. Taking it out of the ruck, Marshall. There's a slinging tackle there and a free kick that will go the way of Marshall. Max Gawn there.
Considering they kicked 6 up until time on in the last quarter last week. Yeah. It's a fair turnaround.
Certainly is. Time on in the first versus time on in the last is Marshall with a kick up to the wing. Contest kick and uncontested in the end. Mitch Owens able to mark in front of the interchange gates, one of St Kilda's NGA products. He sets it up towards Keeler, overshoots him. Fritsch drops the mark on the back flank. Time to recover goes to Salem, centre half back. And Melbourne look a little bit like they're at 6s and 7s at the moment. St Kilda by 31 points, 2 minutes from quarter time.
Well, it's a win for the Saints when Bailey Fritsch is taking marks in his defensive 50.
Dropped it, Berkey.
Mid-2? Yeah.
Well, close to taking.
Clayton Oliver up towards Max Gawn. There's a couple of the key movers for Melbourne trying to get involved. He shanks it up towards half forward, bouncing on the ground. Travalia round into Cozzy Pickett. Pickett gathers, half past to Melcham, fires it away to Petrarca outside of the boot. He misses. Out to the left from only about 20 metres out from goal. So Cozzy Pickett in the right forward pocket. Christian Petrarca only 20 metres out. The Saints are putting on a number against the Demons who can't take their chances. 6-2-38 to Melbourne 1-2-8. What's impressed you, Rammer, about the way St Kilda have had 111 disposals to Melbourne 77?
It's energy, really. Energy around the contest, energy when the ball hits the ground. St Kilda, there's more St Kilda jumpers at every contest at the moment. So, terrific quarter by the Saints.
To Travalia from the kick-in, who moves it onto Hill. Back flank. Long kick up towards the contest on the wing. Lots of hands on it. Droving the pack is sharp. Nowhere to go. And a ball upcoming. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Still to come tonight, a genuine Sunday night game out west, a public holiday.
I thought you were going to say blockbuster there for a minute.
Not willing to go that far as Langdon emerges with the footy. Towering kick inside 50 for the D's. Getting back Petrarca. Sinclair gets a hand on it. Handball to Wilkie. Back towards Sinclair. Has room to work off to Caminiti and the Saints escape. Long kick towards the back flank. Owens arriving late. Spoils Gawn. Down there at ground level, Langford. Off to May. He'll hook a snap back inside 50. Petty marks. There's a push out. Free kick. Melcham to get it. The mark set 40 out. 45-degree angle right half forward.
Well, they can certainly use this one here.
Brad. Yep, just stay with him as you go down.
Geez, Becky, there wasn't too much in that either, I don't think so. Well, Petty took the mark, so it wouldn't have really mattered, but...
Swings and roundabouts. Yeah. Saints got an easy one. He just needs to put it through. 10 seconds before quarter time.
Whistle.
Kicked 3 goals last week, Jake Melcham, closing in on 200 in the AFL. Boot to ball from 47 on the siren, swings it back just enough. And a much-needed goal on the quarter-time siren, which might be the longest ever as well. For the D's, they bring it back to 4 goals the deficit at the first break. 6-2-38 plays 2-2-14. From Traeger Park in Alice Springs, Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Can you remember a longer siren than that? Remember in Berkey? Went forever. Just about as long as the quarter clinching.
So the Demons kicked the opening goal of the match. They bookend the quarter with the first and the last. The Saints kicked 6 unanswered goals in between that, and they had 8 consecutive scores to open up a 24-point advantage at quarter time. 6-2-38 to the Demons, 2-2-14. 2 goals to Isaac Keeler, 2 goals to Max Hall, while individuals to Travalia and to Butler. While for the Demons, their goals have come through Melcham alongside Bailey Fritsch. The only disappointing news from a St Kilda point of view, despite that electric first quarter, was a calf injury to Mateus Filippo, and he has been subbed out of the match, and Jack Carroll has come in, the former Blue, to make his club debut for the Saints this afternoon. Bailey Laurie is the sub for the Demons. Quarter time at Traeger Park in Alice Springs. It's the Saints who lead by 24 points. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
On the ABC Listen app, hear the latest true crime podcasts. Binge the full investigation on Someone Knows Something, Unravel, and Mushroom Case Daily. True crime on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Brad Hill moves into Boxhill at half-back. All of a sudden they're in quick transition up to Cooper Sharman. Hand pass away to Mitch Owens. They're on here. Kicks into the pocket. Hall will run into the open goal, and St Kilda have their first. Langford, his hand pass to Windsor. Didn't stick. Driving in was Higgins down low. He eventually wins the footy. Gets the hand pass away. Here's the chance of the Saints. Carroll on cue. Top of the goal square. Gets it to Kilda. He has a second from millimetres out. Cooper Sharman does the work at ground level. Gets the hand pass away. The shot on goal from Boxhill across the face. Butler runs onto the left forward pocket. Hand pass away to Mason Wood. Hand pass to Travalia. Swings it towards goal. It's another one for the Saints.
Free kick going to St Kilda in the middle as well. Advantage taken by Windhager. Gives it up to Burns. Kicks inside 50. Through the hands of the target down there, Sharman. It spits out. Ball will fire on goal and whack through another. Langford off to May. He'll hook a snap back inside 50. Petty marks. There's a push out. Free kick. Melksham moved the ball from 47 on the siren. Swings it back just enough. And a much needed goal on the quarter time siren.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Quarter time. Traeger Park in Alice Springs. It's the Saints who lead by 24 points. 6-2-38 to Melbourne 2-2-14. You can get in touch with us on the SMS 0437 774 774. As Catherine has done, what's happening is the red dust getting in the Demons' eyes. Saints with a fast start. Adam Romanascus and Nathan Burke, your experts.
Well, Saints, since Cozzy Pickett's miss from 15 metres out, just went nuts and kicked 6 in a row. They're 118 possessions to 81. And it's not like they're moving the ball amazingly well or got numbers around and chaining their handball out. I just think that the defensive structures of Melbourne just were completely lost. They weren't getting players around where the ball were. Saints ended up with 35 marks for the quarter to 22. So Melbourne, I'm not sure whether they were playing man-on-man or whether they were playing a zone, whether they were pushing back into defence. But I think if I'm Simon Goodwin, that's the first thing that I'm addressing. You can't give the other team 118 possessions going at 81% and having 31 marks because they're going to kick 6 goals. Isaac Keeler was really good for the Saints. He had 7 possessions and a quick look there. He averages 7.4 possessions a game. So he's on absolute world record pace there. He's quarter time, he's thinking, I'm going to have 28 and kick 8 today if he keeps that up. So really good start by the young man there. But the Saints, after that Pickett miss, they just really got themselves into gear, got an easy goal, and away they went. But it wasn't a brutal game by any stretch of the imagination. So if I'm Simon Gorham, I'm saying, hey guys, we need to make this a bit more of a scrap because at the moment, on a beautiful surface, lovely ground, we're losing the shootout, and we don't want to play that way.
Yeah, and I think it was a bit of effort also from St Kilda. So 450 more metres gained as a collective. So yeah, Berkey mentioned the possession, but also then the work rate. So ball hits the ground, particularly in St Kilda's forward half of the ground, and they just simply outnumber. So contest the ball, St Kilda were plus 10 in that quarter. So really love the work rate of the Saints. And I think Melbourne were leaving it to too few in that first quarter. It was sort of like, well, we're playing well, or we've played well over previous weeks. We should be able to just to roll through this. So all credit has to go to St Kilda. Windhager's got the job on Pickett. So Windhager had 10 for the quarter, and Pickett had, where is he? I've lost him on the stat sheet. He had 4. He had 4. So Windhager's certainly got the better of that matchup at the minute.
It's hard to... I'm not pinning everything on Cozzy Pickett with the snap, but he has the snap. It would have been 2 goals to zip. Instead, they go on to kick the next 6.
It's a moment. Yeah. It's certainly a moment that I think Cozzy would want back.
The Saints have kicked 6 goals in an opening term on 3 occasions now against Geelong and Port Adelaide earlier in the season, and they went on to win both those matches. The Saints by 24 points as we get the second quarter underway. Tap comes down from Max Gawn. Zach Jones trying to run onto it. Down low, Trent Reivers locks the ball up with Jack Steele coming from the other direction. Still in the outer of the centre circles in the middle of Traeger Park in Alice Springs. Gawn wins down the tap. Higgins comes racing in. Locked to his chest as Salem and Rivers lays the tackle. Marcus Windhager with 10 disposals, Sinclair with 9, Fritsch with 8, and Stephen May with 6 for the Demons. From the next stoppage, it spills out the way of Jimmy Webster. And there's nowhere to go as Chandler lays the tackle.
St Kilda by 24 points. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. There's a free kick from the restart, going the way of the D's in the ends. And Max Gawn, I think, will be the man who gets it.
Stand, Jack. Time on.
In the middle of Traeger Park. Feeds off the handball to Rivers, running by. Rivers with a high kick towards full forward. Getting back, Marshall juggles the mark, holding free kick. Sinclair at fullback.
He's the smallest bloke in that pack of 8. Why would you need to hold Jack Sinclair?
Kicks to the pocket. Wilkie gathers on the bounce. He'll kick up towards the wing, looking for Owens down there, who outbodies Bowie, takes the mark, feeds the handball over the top. Clark running by, his handball errant. Gawn can't gather it though. Coming through is Hall for St Kilda. Handball away to Jones, he leaps it over the top, gets it to Windhager. Windhager shrugs a tackle, back to Steele, kick into the pocket for St Kilda. Overshoots the target, free kick, Sharman. Lever just nudging him underneath it. And Super Cooper with the free kick. The mark set 47 out, Lever doesn't love it.
We've seen 3 shots from this part of the ground. Looks like there's a little bit of a right to left in it, so aiming at that right post. Looks like a breeze blowing across the ground.
The McDonnell Rangers end of the ground.
Mason.
In comes Sharman. Boot to ball from 51. Starts it right, not coming back enough on the breeze. Saints by 25 points. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. We've played 2 minutes and change in this second term.
Again, that was just far too easy. It was a free kick to Sinclair in the back pocket, and it ends up in a shot for goal for the Saints at the other end.
Stephen May brings the Demons back into play. Not 15 to Christian Salem. It goes short to Rivers. Chet Lever, the only player not to have touched the ball on the field, having returned after that ankle injury early in the season. His second game back. Kicks up towards the wing. Petty has to spoil it down. Petrarca's front and centre. Hand pass to Langford. Centering ball finds Johnson just inside the 50.
I love how the kick out was no 15, but then Salem's next kick went shorter, but that was 15.
Now,
I'm not quite sure how that happens.
Aidan Johnson, the mature age recruit from Werribee, which has become all of a sudden the footy factory. At the last spot on the Demons list. As he's out to the left with the bald head and the moustache, he can become a cult figure for the Demons if he can kick goals like this. From 50, he leans back on it. It'll be out to the right, and in the end, just scrapes in for a minor score. The Saints by 23 points. The Demons kick the first and the last goal of the opening term. The Saints put on 6 goals in between that to take advantage in this contest.
Wangani Malera with the kick in. The only bad news for the Saints, the Filippo calf injury. Short kick into Jones. He'll kick up towards the wing, looking for a Marcus Steele. Brings it down, the captain moves it on quickly. Up to half forward. Mark taken by Sharman. Looks quickly into the pocket. Wants a marker down there in Higgins. Nearly got to him. May slaps it down. Higgins plays for the high free kick, gets it. Bowie couldn't go low enough. Deep in the right forward pocket. Higgins will kick for goal.
You take that all the way back, so Harvey Langford needed to make contact in that marking contest on their half forward flank. He just flew by. St Kilda play, takes the mark, and then they're away.
Moves it on quickly. Left foot snap, not curling back enough. Across the face for a minor score. St Kilda by 26 points. Jack Higgins, the leading small forward in the comp this year in terms of goals coming into this round, but you can make a case for Jamie Elliott, who is playing some pretty good footy if we consider him a small forward.
Christian Salem moves the Demons out of defence, kicks up towards Max Gawn. Royal Marshall reaches over the top, spoils it down. Clark one way, Rivers the other. Rivers was taken high in the eyes of the umpire, and Clark can't believe it.
You could pick Elliott at full forward. He's kicked more than the full forward.
That's what I mean. He kind of plays tall, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's sort of
just pick the best forwards rather. Forget the size.
I posed the question to Cameron Ling on AFL Sunday whether his name would be front and centre on the whiteboard for the All-Australian Committee. He said most definitely. You manage him, Rammer. Is that as good a season as Jamie Elliott's had?
Yeah, well, his last 5 weeks have been off the charts, so you keep going and I'll get it up for you.
Okay, you do that. Royal Marshall
I'll
has
just
the
negotiate on air.
Which he doesn't always share too much with us, Rammer, around the players, so it's good to get the insights as Marshall kicks out to right half forward and Wood takes the mark. Can the Saints continue their dominance as he veers out to the left? Sends it towards the teeth of goal. Cooper Sharman couldn't get a flight in at the back of the pack. Keeler tries to get it out to Sharman. Hand pass to Hall. Hand pass to Clark. Around his shoulder. He screws it back. Ooh. Now is this marked right on the goal line by Joe McPhee? All clear is given. Hunter Clark has the Saints' 7th goal of the match. They're 7-4-46 to the Demons 2-3-15. The Saints with the first goal of the second quarter through 6 minutes, and their lead is out to 31 points. The equal game-high lead in the match. Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke, your experts.
I'm loving what St Kilda are doing at ground level in their forward 50 at the moment. They're fighting, they're working extraordinarily hard just to keep the ball in, but then they're feeding it backwards. And when you feed the ball backwards, you just find that little bit of space. So Hunter Clark there. So the ball went backwards 3 times until Hunter Clark had that little bit of space where he could get ball on boot. And then he was just good enough to get just enough distance, I think. I think he's might have cleared that line by half a metre maybe, Berkey, but that's all that matters.
The ability to transition the ball from one end of the ground to the other is just far too easy.
Yeah.
Melbourne, whether they're playing a zone or a one-on-one, it's hard to pick, but whatever they're doing, it's just not working.
Restart in the middle, nowhere to go. Towards the attacking edge of the square there for the D's. They'll get another ball up. Hunter Clark.
Oh, that's
going in to win the footy.
That's terrific by Hunter Clark. He's
was
protected
very hard
himself.
at it.
No, he's turned his body.
The umpire paid a free kick.
He doesn't have anything to worry about there, surely. He's got his
Absolutely
hands down
not.
to pick up the ball. Clattered into Rivers as Chandler gets the clearance inside 50. Pickett might have had his jumper pulled. Nothing doing. Ball just bobbles towards full forward here for Melbourne. Pickett goes in low, wants a free kick. Umpire says nothing doing. Melksham with nowhere to go and a ball up at full forward here for Melbourne.
It was a good tackle by Caminiti because Pickett was trying to milk that free kick.
Saints with 7 of the last 8 goals of the match. They lead by 31 points. Thrown up off the ball. Pickett has given away the free kick here.
Tried to get rid of his opponent as the ball went up, and
Windhager went down.
just a whack in the guts to Windhager.
So we saw Zach Jones and Clayton Oliver in a tangle off the ball, and this time it was Cozzy Pickett who gave one to Marcus Windhager in the midriff, and the free kick going the way of the Saints. He chips it back to Caminiti. The forward now defender as he cuts one way and then the other, back to the last line. And Windhager had to wear the contact from Cozzy Pickett, which is probably not the player you want charging at you, but he was able to hang on to the footy. In the defensive goal square at the Alice Springs City end here at Traeger Park, he kicks out towards the boundary line on the grandstand side. Butler takes the mark, and Windsor gives him a shove in the back. That could have almost been 50 as well. So the Demons showing a bit of frustration here.
This is a really slow play in the Saints' back pocket. They should not be able to get this ball uncontested into their forward line.
St Kilda by 31 points. The short kick goes about 8 metres and Fridge breaks it up, knocks it out. The throwing coming. Bundles over Jack Steele as well.
Kick it like that, you won't get anywhere. That was a weird one.
How far did it go, do you
reckon?
reckon?
8 metres. It went 8 metres up, 8 metres long to 1 against 3.
In the sunshine, 19 degrees Celsius. Sunny in the red centre. Gawn takes it out of the ruck. Tumbles a kick towards centre half forward. Mark taken by Lindsay. He'll play on quickly. Get to the arc of 50. Fire on goal. It's offline. Out to the left. Another chance goes begging for Melbourne. St Kilda by 5 goals neat. 9 minutes into this second term.
Sinclair brings the Saints back into play. Waits his kick to Cal Wilkie, who played on. He's tackled by Petty, holding the ball. And the Demons will take it back at right half forward. Cal Wilkie called there, as you can hear, to release the ball.
He doesn't make many mistakes like that, Cal Wilkie.
He certainly doesn't, as Petty looks to drive Melbourne deep into attack once more. Where are the Flyers? Langford from the back and off hands. It goes through for a minor score. 29 points is the St Kilda lead on the SMS, 0437 774 774. David says Saints are moving themselves, running faster and backing up and winning the footy better. Certainly one view early in this clash.
Sinclair with the kick in. Pokes it short. Oh, Mark nearly dropped there by Burns. Does well to recover. Looks towards the Gillen wing. Sweep a handball back to Wilkie at fullback. Wilkie swings his kick to Webster, back flank. St Kilda chipping it around. Now a handball. Running around is Windhager. He'll drive a kick up towards the logo. Flying up his mate. Juggles the mark. Takes it. Well done, Stephen May. Melbourne back in possession with the intercept. Kicks corridor. Finds Oliver. He'll look inside 50. Petrarca back leading. He takes it 40 out, as good as directly in front.
Far better defensive effort there by Melbourne. Just forcing the Saints to kick the ball long, out to the wing, and then own the corridor. So as soon as they won that ball, they had players lined up through the middle of the ground.
Christian, come around 1 metre. Thank you.
Just needs to sort out the angle. Dual best and fairest Norm Smith medalist, pick 2 back in 2014. 6 coaches' votes last week and 2 Brownlow medal votes the last time these two teams met, including 2 goals to try and get the D's back on track. His drop punt is through. Christian Petrarca delivers. Didn't spin perfectly, but you don't have to draw pictures. 3rd major of the afternoon for Melbourne. 7-4-46 the Saints. The D's 3-5-23, 23 points the diff.
Well, it's terrific play. Melbourne bring the ball back through the middle of the ground. They take the ball off the line there, Berkey. So where the numbers were, where Melbourne had outnumbered was through the middle of the ground. So terrific there. Then Clayton Oliver, we're so used to seeing him just blast the ball inside forward 50, but there, just steady, composed himself. So we're just getting the replay here. You know, Melbourne there outnumbering. It's 3-on-2 there. Stephen May with the mark, and then he's up and looking inside straight away. Inside kick to Oliver, and then Petrarca's able to finish it off.
That's what we've seen more of from the D's in recent weeks, isn't it?
Usually if Stephen May would take that mark, it's just slow.
Yeah, and he'd kick towards half
down
forward.
line, you know, you get a restart. Back in the middle of the ground. Demons try and get it going forward first. There's this big collision with Nasiah Wangani. Millero kicks up towards half forward, but Jake Lever
First possession.
forward, takes the mark.
12 minutes into the second quarter.
Wangani Millero is still down, so the umpire is just holding play to try and work out whether there is a concussion here.
He got dumped after.
Aiden Johnson came running out as he was being tackled by Ed Langdon fighting for the footy. Mitch Owens was coming the other way as well, so
Is that not a free kick downfield? Or a free
right
kick at all?
Probably
How can you miss that if you're an umpire? 4 of them.
So Nasiah Wangani Millero with a trainer and a doctor on either side is being asked to come to the bench, and the game has been stopped.
Aiden Johnson is hoping that he comes back on the ground.
Yeah. Jumped off the ground.
Yeah.
Bumped in the side of the head.
Yeah.
He's going straight to the rooms and doesn't look wrapped.
No. Well, it's 20 minutes. You're out of the game, and this is where, you know, it's simply St Kilda are 1 play down now. On the SMS, Dennis in WA makes the mention that Melbourne are missing Jack Viney. His tenacity around the ball as the D's have it through Jake Melcham at right half forward. A chance to go inside 50 over the head of Christian Petrarca. And Jack Sinclair.
It's going to be
takes the
better
mark
than
in
that
front of
Harrison Petty. That's Jack Sinclair out marking Harrison Petty.
So then a point comes. I know St Kilda have already used their sub, but because Filippo hurt his calf, if you joined us late, so Carroll's already in the game. But say they hadn't, as Travaglia kicks up to the wing. Massive flight from Sharman. Doesn't come down with the footy. Owens roves the pack, and St Kilda emerge with it again. Burns swings it out to Hill. He'll kick corridor. His kick hangs in the air. No mark taken. Chandler roves it. He loses it. Dispossessed. Dangerous tackle, says the umpire.
Goodness me. That's just disgraceful umpiring.
The D's take the advantage. The kick goes inside 50. Bouncing ball doesn't sit for Melcham. And it bounces into the post. And St Kilda fans say, we know all about bad bounces at full forward. Don't worry about that. We'll get a throw in right forward pocket here for the D's. St Kilda by 23.
Mitch and Aiden, thank you.
The umpires haven't had a good couple of minutes.
St Kilda leading by 23 points. Nathan Burke and Adam Romanascus, your experts. Matt Klitsch and Ben Cameron calling it as Kate Chandler runs onto the loose ball and snaps across his body and kicks a much-needed goal for the Demons. All of a sudden, that's 3 of the last 4 goals of the match as they try and wrestle back this margin. The Saints got out by 31 points at one stage, but it's now a 17-point lead. 7-4-46 to Melbourne 4-5-29. Kate Chandler with his first goal of the afternoon.
And therein lies the problem, Berkey. So it's a holding the ball decision, and the ball then is inside St Kilda's forward 50.
So it's classed as a dangerous tackle. And Melbourne then take the ball down the other end, get a stoppage, and are able to score. So it's those little sliding door moments where we all sit here and watch and go, well, that's a good tackle. It's a good tackle. No one got hurt. So it's holding the ball, but Melbourne capitalise to kick a goal.
Sunday footy on ABC Sport. So you think Johnson's in a spot of bother for the jumping bump into the head of Wanganeen Malira? Certainly
he's concussed.
Yeah. Both rucks missed the bounce in the middle. Contact picked out in amongst all of that as well, and Ozzie Pickett to get the free kick in the middle.
I do think Wanganeen Miller's head went backwards and hit Langdon.
Yeah. I don't think they'll be too worried about that, though. They'll just say, look, you jumped and bumped, hit him in the head, and this was the outcome. As Pickett goes short. Melbourne riding a little wave of momentum at the moment. Chandler off the Bowie, driving kick to full forward, looking for Johnson. Out the back it goes. On the last line, socked through. Just wide. I think Wilkie might have stuck his boot out anyway and just hacked it through. St Kilda by 16 points.
That's where the Melbourne small forwards need to be all over that one. They weren't really in the picture. The ball was just loose in the goal square, bumbling in, and it was, I think, probably Gawn, I think. He's contesting in the air and on the ground. Where are the smalls? Oh, that's a terrible kick.
A turnover here as Kate Chandler slides in and takes the intercepting mark from the Brad Hill kick. The Saints booted 6 goals to 2 in the opening term. A chance for Melbourne all of a sudden to make it 3 goals to 1 in this second quarter and close the margin back to 10 points.
Saints are just trying to over-invent things. In that first quarter, they had 35 marks and they were just finding targets at will. They're trying to do the same, but Melbourne's defence has just gone up an extra cog.
9-3, the inside 50 delay of the Demons in this second quarter as Cade Chandler looks for back-to-back goals. He veers out to the left, fires at the left goal post, and in the end hits it. It was right on line and a minor score. A 15-point lead St Kilda's way, but the Demons are mounting a challenge. 17 minutes gone, second term, Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Hit the inside half of the post too, didn't it? So he wasn't far away as St Kilda quickly up towards the wing. Launching at it is Sharman. Free kick to the D's, leave it to get it. Todd River wing side of the ground, Alice Springs, Traeger Park, Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
He's trying for mark of the year, Cooper Sharman. He's had a couple of flies on that wing.
He is spring-heeled Sharman as Lever kicks to Gawn in the pocket.
He's so imposing in those situations, Max Gawn. So that's in a pack of probably 5 or 6 players. And he's able just to create a little circle around himself, Big Max. It's a terrific mark.
This can be the issue for Max, though. It's kind of like you off the tee, Rammer. He tends to hook them hard left.
No, I top mine too much.
What can Max deliver? 30 out, 30-degree angle. It swings hard left late and misses to keep the golf references going. That was a duck hook.
That was. I thought that was going straight through the middle.
Draw.
No, I think it was worse than that, Rammer. That veered hard left.
I was just about to say you're wrong. It's going straight through the middle.
St Kilda by 14 points, 19 minutes into the second.
You can add your thoughts to ours on the SMS 0437 774 774. Winhager from half-back for the Saints kicks up towards Max Hall. Couple of goals so far in this match. Works it to Sharman, who slides in down low to take the mark. Quickly the half pass away to Hunter Clark. Kicks long towards the goal mouth. Butler's got forward. And leading up takes the mark in front of Langford. St Kilda quick in their transition from half-back inside 50. Dan Butler's had to toil away at VFL level. Chance to go back and kick his second goal.
Well, they're using their ball by foot short all the way up the ground. Melbourne have had a great sort of 10-minute period where they've prevented those kicks from occurring, but that time all you need is one person to fall over, not get in the right spot, and this is what happens. Goal at the other end.
The last 7 scores for the Demons as Dan Butler comes in and puts through his second. And the Saints answer the Demons' charge in this second quarter. Back to a 20-point lead, St Kilda's way. 8-4-52 to the Demons 4-8-32. Dan Butler has a couple alongside Hall and Keeler. Nathan Burke and Adam Ramanauskas with you on ABC Sport.
I love the transition, Berkey. You know, we don't usually talk about St Kilda really as a transition team with ball movement. That was as slick as I've seen them move the ball in a while. So Hunter Clark's having a good game. He's an important player, and I mentioned him before the game started. If he can keep his body right and fit, he's just such a gifted player.
That's a lovely kick to
hit
Butler running full pelt right on top of the goal square.
Saints back out by 20, ends a run of 2 consecutive goals for the D's. Gawn winning the tap, but Steele pinches it. Handball to Windhager, dispossessed. Rivers trying to pick up the footy, can't initially. Eventually it comes out for Clark. St Kilda away with it. Jones, forward handball to the run of Windhager. Half forward flank, he looks into the pocket. Can't find a marker. McVie reaches up, punches it away close to the line. Butler fumbles it out.
Well, he's doing some sort of job here, Windhager. He's up to 6 possessions for the quarter. Cozzy's only touched it once. So it's a true old-fashioned tag. If Cozzy goes forward, Windhager goes with him.
Rowan, hold the meter.
Another one of St Kilda's NGA products. Boundary throw in. Forward pocket here for the Saints. Knocking it out, Marshall. Overrunning it there, Hall. Picking it up, Sparrow. He'll get a clearing kick for the D's towards the middle of the ground.
Where the mark is, juggled by Melcham, can't take it with Wilkie there in tow. Caminiti thought he was held. Eventually the Saints do win it. Wilkie back to Caminiti. Hand pass away to Burns. Kicks out towards the Todd River side wing where the mark is taken by Mason Wood. In front of Lindsay, looks up towards half forward, out wide for Hall. He takes the mark at left half forward, still 2 kicks out from goal. St Kilda by 20 points. Nothing really on offer inboard. Risky kick backwards to Burns. Johnson came across to make the spoil. Travalia goes racing after it, gathers to the Saints. Hand pass back to Hall, centre wing. He has to break around Lindsay and gets the hand pass back to Travalia. Off balance as he kicks up towards half forward. It might work. Butler can't take the mark. Windsor gets a hand pass forward to Lever for Melbourne. Back to May. Hemmed in against the boundary line. The kick from Rivers. Up towards Johnson. Lunging forward. Can't take the mark. They get the hand pass forward where Langford's streaming up the wing. He chips it up to right half forward where the mark is taken by Melcham.
Melcham looks on inside 50. Nothing he likes immediately. Pulls the kick towards centre half forward, getting a hand in Clark. Breaks it up. Now Rivers follows up at ground level. Turner picks it up. D's back in possession. Petrarca can't handle it. Rivers can't either. Clark still fighting after it. Petrarca eventually gets it. Handball out to Turner. His handball chopped off. Carroll for St Kilda on the back flank. Now they work it up to the wing. Hall back to Carroll on club debut. The former Blue kicks around the wing. His kick good for Wood. Over the head of Wood in the end, and then Wood, he will gather, he'll look to fall forward, great kick, and Butler again at the top of the goal square. He's got it and will go back and surely kick his third.
He's too crafty, Butler, at the moment. So, first it was Harvey Langford as his direct opponent, and this time was Caleb Windsor. So 2 of their young stars, the D's, but yeah, when you've got premiership experience and you've been able to do it in big finals, he's using that to his advantage against these younger kids.
Almost the exact spot from he just goaled. Butler serves up a 26-point St Kilda lead. Welcome back, Dan. 9-4-58 plays 4-8-32. 23 minutes into the second. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, he's kicked 3 goals from a cumulative total of about 35 metres. That's what you want on your return. Get some nice easy ones. But don't know a lot about Jack Carroll, but really like what he did then. He got the mark out on the wing. He looked forward, and there wasn't anyone initially to give the ball to. So he just bide his time a little bit. He jogged, he zigzagged a little bit, just waited for Mason Wood to get himself free on that half-forward line, put the ball well out in front of him, and then it was a lovely kick by Mason Wood over the top to Dan Butler. But really classy play there by Jack Carroll.
8 disposals, 3 goals for Dan Butler. 26-point lead St Kilda's way.
Oh, I quite liked Carroll at the Blues. He played a really good game, the opening round game last year. I think he was a sub but came on early, and I thought, okay, he's ready to explode. It hasn't quite happened, but maybe it's St Kilda.
Yeah, Saints have got 2 plays, Hall and Wangani Malera, off getting checked by the doctors at the moment.
Bounce is recalled, back in the middle. A free kick going the way of Cozzy Pickett. He looks to work it up towards half forward and finds Petrarca. We do have the umpires' microphones for you this afternoon, so we are hearing a bit of their exchanges. As Petrarca goes for home from 50. What a great finish. He's second. The Demons needed a spirit lifter, and Christian Petrarca provides just that. As St Kilda got out by 26 points, Petrarca's second reels it back to a 20-point margin. 9-4-58 to the Demons, 5-8-38. So seeing on our monitor, Liam Jarrett in attendance. So great to see the former Demon high flyer in at Traeger Park in Alice Springs.
Yeah, no, good to see him at the football. But that was a free kick there inside inside the centre circle for Cozzy Pickett. That was only his second possession of this quarter, but then Petrarca was just able to sneak forward, and it's a good kick from outside that outside 50 there for Petrarca. Make good contact, much needed. They're just hanging in there. They're just hanging around the D's at the moment. Certainly St Kilda have had the better of this first half.
So back to 20 points again. Marshall taps it out towards the wing. Steele soccers it on there for St Kilda. Ricochets off Bowie. Steele goes and wins it again. Handball away towards Sinclair, who swings it away towards a teammate. The long kick from Carroll inside 50. Marked there by Turner at fullback for the D's. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Got 3.5 minutes until half-time. As Turner sends it up towards the wing. No mark taken. Over the back of the pack it goes. Travaglia out after it. He's wrapped up quickly, manages to flick it out. Windhager gathers alongside the logo. Handball to Hunter Clark. Back to Windhager. St Kilda with some go forward. His kick a little too much air. And May comes in, juggles the mark, middle of the ground.
He looks to turn it into attack as he kicks out to Rivers on the McAdam-Bowden grandstand side and sends it out towards the left half forward. Running back with the fly. Chandler takes the mark. He looks to screw it back towards the corridor. It's over the head of Sparrow. Spoiled away by Sinclair. Cozzy Pickett. Clean pickup. Hand pass away to Sharp. Around the body. Hits the very top of the right goalpost. Melbourne with a golden opportunity there. And St Kilda's lead is 19 points.
That was so good by Cozzy. Just the one motion, one grab. Looks like Wanganeen Miller is okay, but he's only been off the ground for 14 minutes.
He's trying to get back on.
So he's going to have to wait to 6 out.
Dr. Ian Stone, he's arguing with the interchange steward, who says, no, mate, you've got another 6 before you can come back on.
I want to raise a point about that at half-time, so remind me to come back to it as Travaglia with a long kick up towards the two rucks, and Gawn, he roves it for the D's, gives it off to McVie. A forward kick. Here's the run of Lindsay. Low left-footed kick into the pocket. A diving Sparrow. He was horizontal as he laid out trying to mark it. And a throwing coming right forward pocket for the D's.
I'll make my point early. If the doctor says there's nothing wrong with him, he can go back on. Who is the interchange steward to say, no, you can't? It's a stupid rule.
You don't like the 20 minutes?
No, it's unnecessary. If the doctor says you're fine, you're fine.
Gawn taps it down. Petrarca with nowhere to go. Quick whistle there and a free kick. Kicked out in amongst all of that. Holding the ball there on Christian Petrarca. A hot whistle. So Steele in the left back pocket for St Kilda. They led it by 19 points, 28 minutes into the second.
Goes back to Hill at the last line of defence and looks to work it out to right half back where Caminiti takes the mark.
3-7 Melbourne this quarter, Clinchy.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. St Kilda kicked the opening, 6 of the opening 8 goals of the match to lead by 24 points at quarter time. The Demons have looked to reel it in this second quarter. It's still a 19-point lead St Kilda's way. The turnover, the intercepting mark taken by Stephen May from the kick of Caminiti. Turns it, comes inboard to Clayton Oliver. Can the Demons finish with one here before half-time? Into the pocket, looking for Johnson. He works Caminiti underneath it. All eyes were at Cozzy Pickett as to whether he would take to the sky. But it's Aidan Johnson who marks in the left forward pocket. And a chance to close this gap once more.
Strong mark. Oh.
Bit of a push he got away with?
Well, there was one in the first quarter that was paid, I think it was against St Kilda, yeah. So that's arms extended. That's a push in the back.
It's normally a clear signal for the umpires, but not seen on this occasion. Now Johnson's going to go the drop punt in the left forward pocket, only around 25 metres out. So cut one back for the Demons. He sends it straight through the middle. 13-point lead St Kilda's way. 4-7 in this second quarter for the Demons to St Kilda's 3-2. And Melbourne 6-9-45, trailing the Saints 9-4-58. Mateus Filippo out early in the match with a calf injury. The Saints activating their sub, and Jack Carroll coming in. Bailey Laurie still yet to be used for the Demons. Adam Romanascus and Nathan Burke with you on ABC Sport.
Well, he is going back on now, Benny. So clearly that's less than 20 minutes. So is that no longer a rule if you have a HIA?
Well, the vision...
It showed down the bottom. Yeah.
He was been off for 14 minutes, so there was another 6 involved. There's an umpire standing 7 metres away from that contest, side on, and obviously just chose not to play free kick. We've seen a few of them today.
So they cut it back to 13 points, as close as they've been since late in the first quarter of the D's. Trying to fight back into the game. Hunter Clark fighting after it. Gets a handball moving forward. Trying to emerge with it. Carroll, free kick. He's caught holding the ball, and Max Gawn to get it.
Stand.
Not sure what he actually paid then.
Gawn's kick dangerous. Keeler chops it off. Centre half forward for St Kilda. Gets a handball away. Windhager. Long kick to full forward. D's have the numbers. Down there. Higgins fighting after it. May goes in again at ground level. And eventually the umpire lets them keep playing. Trying to get involved. Boxall. Nothing doing, and a ball upcoming. Close to half time.
Jack Higgins yet to hit the scoreboard.
Who's rucking? Nominate. Rowan.
Roll Marshall and Max Gawn are nominated as Marshall gets it down to Higgins, down low. Tackled in the end by Lever. Millimetres out from St Kilda's goal, and Trent Rivers on the bottom of the pack is tackled by Jack Steele.
You've got to be really careful when you tackle small players near the goals these days, don't you?
Thrown up. Closing in on half-time, and the siren sounds as Max Gawn slaps it down.
No score.
So Jack Higgins just the 5 disposals in that half. The leading goal kicker for the Saints this season with 28, but has been relatively quiet. It's been Dan Butler, the other small forward, who's taken over with 3 goals in St Kilda's 13-point lead at the main break. 9-4-58 to the Demons 6-9-45. The Saints kicked 6 goals in the opening quarter to Melbourne's 2. The third time so far this season they managed to kick 6 goals in the opening quarter. They went on to win the previous 2 against Geelong and Port Adelaide. And then in that quarter, Melbourne had their chances. 4 goals, 7 to St Kilda's 3 goals, 2, with the Saints by 13 points at the main break. 3 goals to Dan Butler, 2 goals to Keeler and to Hall. Individuals to Travalia and Clark for the Saints, while for the Demons, 2 goals to Christian Petrarca. Individuals to Melcham, Fritsch, Chandler and Johnson. Half-time at Traeger Park in Alice Springs. It's the Saints who lead by 13 points. Adam Romanascus and Nathan Burke, your experts on ABC Sport.
Oh, they worked their way back into it well in that second quarter, I thought, the D's. So they've really done it off the back of their ball movement, which we've liked over the previous couple of weeks. What they would be concerned about is Dan Butler, no doubt. He's got out the back a couple of times and he's been able to score, but they had 14 inside 50s that quarter, Melbourne, for 4 goals, 7. So 11 scoring shots from 14 inside 50s. So it could have been a lot, the scoreboard could have been a lot closer, or even Melbourne could have been in the lead at halftime had they kicked straight in that quarter. So a good quarter, but an inaccurate quarter by Melbourne. I thought Stephen May came into the game a lot more. It was a low. You look at the possession; it's a very low possession quarter.
Both sides playing very direct, aren't they?
For Melbourne, they've only had 57 possessions. St Kilda have had the 86, but out of that 57 possessions, like I said, 11 scoring shots,
13 handballs for the whole quarter.
You compare that with the first quarter where St Kilda had 119 to 80.
Yeah.
So that game was almost played in a completely different manner. Both sides keen to attack and feeling like the chance that when they do win back possession, the opportunity to score if you can move it quickly is there.
Well, that's right, and I think that's what would be probably concerning Ross is that, okay, when Melbourne do move the ball, can we actually defend? So it's putting, like, Sinclair had to go back that quarter. He had 10 possessions in that second quarter, but the majority of them were in the back half of the ground. So usually Sinclair's a big metres game player. He's had only 134 metres from his 10 possessions, so call it 13 metres per possession, which is not very high at all for him. I like the role that Windhager's playing on Pickett. Windhager's had the 19 possessions. Cossey's only had the 7, so he's doing a really good job there. I think he's doing the job when he's going forward, which I like. I like a tagger. If you're going to tag, go the whole way. Go the whole way with him and try and do the job with him in forward 50. So, look, St Kilda did a lot right that quarter, a lot right that half. I thought Melbourne have come back into it nicely just to finish that quarter.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious what the Saints are trying to do. They're using their feet with small kicks, trying to get, once they get the ball to the middle of the ground, trying to get that overlap run, getting the ball in quickly to their forward line. There was a passage of play there for around about 8 to 10 minutes or so where Melbourne stopped them from doing that. They got repeat entries and they kicked a couple of goals. They fell down twice. And both of those occasions, the Saints moved the ball quickly and Butler got on the end of it and marked the ball at the top of the goal square. When Melbourne didn't allow that, that's when they looked dangerous. So Simon Goodwin, there's a really obvious thing that he can talk to his players about inside at halftime. Stop those short passes, make them try and force their way through, because I don't think St Kilda have a plan B. They didn't have a plan B when Melbourne were actually shutting down those short ones. They made some really weird decisions when they were kicking the ball, turning the ball over. They refused to go long down the line. So chop out those short passes, cut those marks down. In the first quarter, they had 35 marks. They had 29, which was still fairly high. But when you allow them to do that and you get Wangani Malera, Mason Wood, Sinclair running past for the handball, that's when they hit the targets inside their forward 50. So get the defence right for Melbourne. You stay in this game. Saints, if you can find a plan B when Melbourne do tighten up, get that ball quickly to the forward line, because don't really look like taking a contested mark against Lever and against May. That's going to be pretty tough with the players that you've got down there. So it has to be that fast entry and even kick the ball along the ground, because the Saints' small forwards are the ones who are looking the most dangerous.
Nathan Burke and Adam Ramanauskas with you. Half-time at Traeger Park. It's the Saints who lead by 13 points. Your thoughts on the SMS? 0437 774 774. Make sure you put your name there so we can acknowledge you. Umpired many a game at Traeger Park in my younger years. Best time of the year was the month after the footy, getting to run around on the gorgeous AFL standard field. For Rama from the Traralgon Tiger, West Coast v Geelong is the complete opposite of a blockbuster, maybe a snooze fest. That's a little unfair. We're heading to...
I was tongue-in-cheek, obviously.
It was, yes. We're heading to the west for the final game of the round. Only 2 games on this Sunday of round 12. And Paul from Torquay says, I love the call, gents. Taught in Alice for 3 years and had a wonderful memory of coaching the under-11s team for 3 years each Saturday morning on Traeger Park, with the beautiful McDonald Rangers hovering in the foreground. A beautiful place to live. So coaching there from Paul, following in the role in which Adam Ramanauskas did earlier today. Did either of you ever play a game at Traeger Park? No.
Nope.
Well, it looks beautiful. It certainly does. The Saints leading by 13 points at half-time. We'll pause for the moment and bring you the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Thanmaya Navada. Defence Minister Richard Marles says China needs to be more transparent about why it's investing in its military capability. China has responded strongly to claims from US Defence Secretary Pete Hegseth that it's been rehearsing a blockade of Taiwan. In the English language newspaper The Global Times, the Chinese Foreign Ministry has accused the US of a Cold War mentality. Asked about the criticisms, Mr. Marles says China should be more open about its military intentions.
What we want to see is strategic transparency and strategic reassurance be provided by China, and an understanding of why it is needed to have such an extraordinary military build-up that China is engaging in.
Palestinian media are reporting dozens of people have been killed in an Israeli airstrike on an aid distribution point in southern Gaza. Palestinian and Hamas-affiliated media say at least 26 people have been killed in the strike on the aid distribution centre run by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation in the city of Rafah. There's no immediate comment from Israel on the reported strike. Polls have opened in Poland's presidential election, in which the mayor of Warsaw, Rafał Trzaskowski, is facing the historian Karol Nawrocki in a second-round runoff. The BBC's Adam Easton has more from Warsaw.
The office is largely ceremonial, but this election is important because the president can veto legislation. The country's coalition government, led by the former European Council head, Donald Tusk, does not have a big enough parliamentary majority to overturn a presidential veto. Over the last 18 months, the current president, Andrzej Duda, has used this power to block some of Mr. Tusk's key campaign promises. The choice voters make will determine whether that obstacle is removed, allowing Poland to cement its role in the European mainstream, or whether relations between the government and the president remain in conflict.
Police are continuing to investigate the alleged assault of a police officer during a chaotic pre-match celebrations ahead of last night's A-League soccer grand final clash in Melbourne. Joshua Allen reports.
Thousands of fans descended on Swan Street in Richmond before and after the clash between Melbourne Victory and Melbourne City, with flares thrown toward officers and amongst the crowd. A police officer was allegedly assaulted by a fan during the pre-match celebrations and taken to hospital with minor injuries. Acting Commander Zorka Dunstan says police are hoping to make more arrests.
We'll review some of the footage, and if there's more people that we identify, then there will be further action taken.
The state government says it's comfortable with the big police presence at the match and says those who misbehaved were dealt with effectively by police.
A man is in custody to face court tomorrow over a pursuit in Sydney's southwest in which knives and drugs were allegedly seized. Officers attempted to stop a motorcycle allegedly being ridden dangerously on Cumberland Highway, Fairfield, early this morning. The rider, a 35-year-old man, was arrested after the motorcycle crashed into a hedge at Fairfield West. Police say checks revealed the motorcycle was stolen and they seized methamphetamine, GHB and 2 knives. It's alleged he tested positive to methamphetamine on a roadside drug test. The Victorian opposition says it's unacceptable that technical problems are still plaguing Fire Rescue Victoria's internal systems. The United Firefighters Union says technology outages mean workers are using pages and paper maps to navigate to emergencies. It says the technology used to dispatch firefighters has failed on 6 occasions since last April. It tells crews how to get to an emergency and where the nearest fire hydrants are. Shadow Emergency Services Minister Danny O'Brien says the government has questions to answer.
We've seen the government spend over $32 million just in 23-24 alone on consultants to try and get this IT issue sorted out. They've budgeted another $17 million, so $50 million of taxpayers' money, and we've still got outages.
Fire Rescue Victoria says it's working closely with 000 Victoria and external experts to investigate the underlying cause of these outages, and there is no impact to the emergency response. And in sport, Socceroos coach Tony Popovic has named his squad for Australia's final 2 qualifiers for the 2026 World Cup. Midfielder Riley McGree and defender Alessandro Ciccati have returned from injury, while there are first-time call-ups for the Melbourne Victories, Casey Bowes and Paul Ocon-Engsler, son of Socceroos great Paul Ocon. Australia plays Japan in Perth on Thursday, followed by an away game against Saudi Arabia. And you are all up to date with the latest on ABC News.
As each day begins,
get the facts you need to stay informed.
Every day, across your day.
Stay with Australia's trusted news source.
all the latest, all verified.
Stay in the know with ABC News.
On ABC TV and ABC iView.
Hi, it's Caitlin Ford. Catch all your Matildas action on ABC Sport.
Racing forward, edge of the box, the shoot right-footed. What a strike!
Monday night, the Matildas take on Argentina. Catch every minute on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Wood takes the mark, and the Saints continue their dominance as he veers out to the left. Sends it towards the teeth of goal. Cooper Sharman couldn't get a flight at it. Back of the back, Keeler tries to get it out to Sharman. Hand pass to Hall. Hand pass to Clark. Around his shoulder, he screws it back. Ooh. Now is this marked right on the goal line by Joe McPhee? All clear is given.
Carroll on club debut. Former Blue kicks around the wing. His kick good for Wood. Over the head of Wood in the end, and then Wood. He'll gather. He'll look to fall forward. Great kick. And Butler again at the top of the goal square. He's got it and will go back and surely kick his third. He just goaled. Butler serves up a 26 points St Kilda lead.
Free kick going the way of Cosy Pickett. He looks to work it up towards half forward and finds Petrarca. As Petrarca goes for home from 50. What a great finish. His second. Stephen May from the kick of Caminiti. Turns it, comes inboard to Clayton Oliver. Can the Demons finish with one here before half-time? Into the pocket, looking for Johnson. He works Caminiti underneath it. And Johnson's going to go the drop punt in the left forward pocket, only around 25 metres out. So cut one back for the Demons. He sends it straight through the middle.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and on the ABC Listen app.
So St Kilda leading by 13 points at the half in the Red Centre Traeger Park in Alice Springs. 9:4:58 plays, 6:9:45. The D's did have their chances in that second term. In the end, they kicked 4 goals 7, while St Kilda booted 3 goals 2. That was after the Saints had kicked 6 goals to 2 in the opening term, including 6 consecutively that were bookended by Melbourne goals to begin and end that opening term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Some of the incidents out of this game. So Mateus Filippo with a calf injury, a seeming calf injury. He was subbed out of the game very early on in the opening term. Wangane Malira was out of the game for a period of time after Aidan Johnson had a running bump on Wangane Malira. Now, we've seen him return to the game, which is good news for Johnson. But Nathan Burke, you were formerly the MRO, or a member of the MRP, I think is more accurate. What do you think will happen there with Aidan Johnson?
I think we were all unanimous in saying that if Wangane Malira went off concussed, Johnson gets 3 weeks.
Yeah.
The question is, he didn't go off concussed, but the hit was significant enough to get a HIA and be off the ground for 20 minutes. So whilst that isn't a severe contact, that definitely gets you into the medium, potentially into the high these days. So to me, that's still a 1 to 2 weeker that he's looking at for that action.
So let's work our way through it. We'll put it in the matrix. So conduct, careless or intentional?
It's careless.
Okay, the impact was either severe, high, medium or low. You'd say medium?
You'd say medium.
And then the contact was high.
Yep.
So that would come back as 2 matches.
Yeah. So the way that we used to look at it was if you took a player out of that passage of play, so they're laying on the ground, that team's got a player out of the contest, that might get you into the low category. If the player had to go off for 20 minutes, that team is disabled because they don't have access to that player for 20 minutes is a significant part of the game. That gets you into the medium. The player goes off, can't come back on, that gets you into the high. If they can't play the following week, that gets you into severe.
That's interesting background, yeah.
Yeah, that's
so that
the way
was how you guys would work it out.
Yeah, that's the way we'd look at it. What's happened recently is that the gradings have gone a step further. In terms of severe, used to be you probably have to break something of the player that you hit. They had to be out for more than a week or 2. But because the concussion protocols are now 12 days, potentially that's at least 2, sometimes 3 games for the player who gets concussed. So they've said, radio, we'll elevate we'll probably reduce those hits now to severe, which gives the person 3 weeks. So if you miss 2 through concussion, the person who hits you should get a worse outcome, so they get 3. So it's that 12 days which has pushed all of those hits that we're saying that's not worth 3 weeks. It is now, because the player who you hit now gets 2 weeks off.
Is it simply a comparison last week with Cal Mills and Spargo?
Yes. Was Spargo injured out of that, though?
Spargo they stopped the game and took him off the ground.
But did he end up with concussion out of that? No. It's probably similar. Yeah.
And what happened to that one? I'm not sure.
1 week, I think, for Callum Mills.
So they're probably getting it into the low medium. So 1 week.
It'll come back as either 1 or 2, depending on how you grade that. The other incident was Hunter Clark, which I don't think will be an issue for him, which I'll explain in a moment. But ball in play seems to have his shoulder collect Trent Rivers. Now, my argument would be that Hunter Clark had both hands down, bending over to pick up the ball. he was making a legitimate play on the ball. His hands never leave those positions. He doesn't brace to bump at any point, so should be okay.
Well, I look at that incident and I go, well, Hunter Clark was at the ball first.
Yeah.
And he showed correct technique, whereas Trent Rivers was just a split moment second to the ball. And I'm not saying, well, no, Trent Rivers didn't show correct technique. So I don't think Hunter Clark should have anything to worry about.
I was going to ask you, Berkey, but I think Berkey's in furious agreement as
he is.
I am.
Has his...
And look, I'm not even sure he hit him in the head. He hit him sort of in the high chest region. And that, for those who aren't quite sure, if you hit a player on top of the shoulder, that's considered high. If you hit a player in the neck, that's considered high. So it doesn't have to be actually hit in the head. It's from the top of the shoulder upwards.
Thoughts of former MRP member Nathan Burke and also Adam Ramanauskas. This is Sunday Footy on ABC Sport. Coming up after this, of course, we've got Geelong and the West Coast Eagles over at Perth Stadium. So that is a genuine night game over there in the West. That's because they have a public holiday tomorrow. So the King's birthday public holiday next Monday in Melbourne. That is tomorrow in Perth. I think a different holiday, but it was always a week earlier, which just infuriated me as a kid because you'd have to go to school the next week and you'd miss the King's birthday match, which I was never happy about. Never felt fair to me, but nevertheless. Plenty more to come in this second half. We're not too far away from getting underway. St Kilda 9-4-58 plays Melbourne 6-9-45. Just repeating, Mateus Filippo out of this game with a calf injury in the opening term.
Can the Saints hang on? I have my doubts. I'm sorry, St Kilda supporters listening, but they're going to have to kick another 9 in this second half. And it's been a long time between drinks since they kicked 18 goals in the game.
St Kilda by 13 points as we get the second half underway. Max Gorman rises up and wins down the tap, but it's pinched by Winhager. Hand pass to Jones, gets it to Rowan Marshall, kicks up towards the 50. Cooper Sharman knocks it down, trying to get it to Higgins. It's picked up by Hall. Got a hand pass away to Hunter Clark. He's tackled by Oliver. The Saints still have it though momentarily. Christian Petrarca comes racing through and knocks it out for the Demons. Into the path of Winhager. Sends it long to the pocket. Stephen May takes the mark against Isaac Keeler. He sends the D's out of defence, up towards the wing. It's over the head of Harrison Petty and racing back is Burns. One way then the other for the Saints. Gets the hand pass away to Brad Hill. He lifts the chip it into the middle of the ground and Winhager takes the mark. He's been impressive up to possession number 22. He's had the job on Cozzy Pickett throughout the match. This kick wasn't his best, looking for Sinclair, who now has to become the tackler.
He's working. The footy up. He's doing an enormous amount of work when St Kilda win the ball to force Cozzy to chase him.
And Cozzy's not chasing him.
No, he's not at all.
Up goes the ball. Gorn slapping it down and spills back to Marshall. He'll screw a kick around his corner, up to the wing. Around the corner, up to the wing. His corner, the corner. Any corner, and Sharman marks wide of the logo. Sharman kicks into the man on the mark. It ricochets off the arms of Lever out of play. Throwing coming. Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
Sorry, Benny. The Saints are just reluctant to kick the ball long because they know with May and Lever down there, they're going to control the air against the young Keeler. So just trying to look for those short passes. It was a good sign there for the D's that they cut them all off.
I used to speak in the NFL, Berkey, about the Denver Broncos, the no-fly zone in their defence. It's a little bit like that with the D's if you kick it in the air, and we'll get another ball up here very wide out in front of the interchange gates.
Yeah, there's a lot of good football teams that they need those two key defenders.
Yep.
You just don't want to keep the ball long to, and unfortunately at the moment that's what the Saints don't have. They have Wilkie, who's outstanding, but Caminetti sort of playing that role as the second, applying his trade.
Marshall taps it down. Jones fires out a handball. Mitch Owens tackled by his opposite number there in Dan Disco Turner, and a ball up coming between wing and half forward here.
Ben Cameron and Matt Clinch, Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke, your commentary team from Traeger Park and Alice Springs. Free kick going the way of Max Gorn. He's been held in the ruck contest, and Hunter Clark was just in a tangle of bodies for a few moments. St Kilda by 13 points. The Demons did have a better second quarter. 4 goals, 7 to the Saints 3-2. After the Saints kicked 6 goals to 2 in the opening term. The Demons through Turner. Across half back to Lever. Didn't have a possession in the opening quarter. Jake Lever As kicks back inside the defensive 50 and Daniel Turner takes the mark. Looks out to his left-hand side where he has Stephen May free. And the Demons maybe all of a sudden playing a kick mark game. Waits for the leads to come. Down low for Bailey Fritsch. Lunging forward, takes the mark. Hand pass to McVie, running the boundary line. Gets the hand pass away to Oliver and back to McVie. Bursts away from Zach Jones. Drives Melbourne inside 50. Clears Pickett. Petty brings it down to the front, looking for a crummer. Melcham's onto it. He's tackled by Wanganeen Millera. And the umpire will ball it up 30 metres out from the Demons' goal in the left forward pocket, heading to the McDonnell Rangers end in this third term at Traeger Park.
These have made the running since the opening quarter. Gawn slapping it down, back into the muck. Trying to emerge with it, Pickett. Steele looking to pinch it. Goes back into the muck and Wilkie out to Jones and then Hill. Clearing kick beyond the defensive 50. Coming up though, unable to mark Windsor. Brings it to ground. Lands like a cat. 55 out, kicks into the pocket. Back there Wood. Saints defensive mark in their back pocket. St Kilda still by 13.
Switches it out to the grandstand side and puts it out in front of Owens, who's wrestling with Jake Lever. In front, Sharp slides in. Owens lays the tackle with him. And the ball is locked up at right half forward for the Demons.
Yeah, great young player, Caleb Windsor, but I don't understand that kick. He marks it and then kicks it back straight down the same line. Like, that's just get to the fat side. Like, we're taught that at juniors.
Had just 6 disposals against the Brisbane Lions, Caleb Windsor. 24 last week against the Swans. Petty picks it up at right half forward for the Demons. Hand pass to Sharp, centering ball, looking for Fritsch. He's out number 2-on-1. And Webster takes the mark for the Saints. Chips out to right half back. Awkward bouncing ball for Higgins, who gathers in the back line. Gets the hand pass away to Brad Hill. Looks into the middle of the ground, overcooked it, missed Sinclair. And Turner takes the intercepting mark for Melbourne. Loads up with a kick towards Petrarca. He's the only real target. He chooses not to fly in the end. Wilkie brings it down at ground level. Fritsch tries to wrestle to the front, gets a hand pass away. And Webster is locked up as Zach Jones is down here.
It's got a bit of a knee. Straight in the glute.
A knee, friendly fire.
That hurts, particularly tomorrow morning is slapped down by Marshall. There is Jones, who seems to be okay. Ball comes out to the wing for the run of Hill. St Kilda away with it. Higgins throws it to himself. Flicks a handball away to Sharman. Inside 50. Kick goes 5 metres. Owens runs onto it anyway and misses. It would have been good work. So nearly for the Saints. They lead it by 15 points. 5.5 into the third. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
You've got to kick those, running your open goal, just trying to poke it through instead of banging it through.
Stephen May brings the Demons back into play to Sharp, who kicks up to the wing. Sparrow rises to take the mark against Jack Sinclair. In front of the McAdam Bowden grandstand as he looks up towards half forward. In the direction of Melcham, who tries to rise on the back of Rowan Marshall, put a knee right in the middle of the back. It spills out the way of Langdon. Desperately defending was Wilkie. Knocked forward inside 50 to Melcham, who's tackled by Zach Jones and Burns.
Interestingly, so Ed Langdon's had only 6 possessions. And the reason why I haven't noticed, he's wearing a short sleeve jumper.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Of course, warm in
19 degrees.
So, well, it's not.
Oh, he's worn
cool
long sleeve at the start of the year when it was 30 here in Melbourne.
I've got a theory.
Well, here we go.
That was holding the ball against Petrarca, which was a terrible decision.
Jake Steele is going to take the free kick. Hang on, Benny, we'll come to you for your theory. Out to Wanganeen Miller, who's almost run down by Pickett. Forced the turnover. Onto it is Lindsay. Half pass forward to Pickett. Left half forward. Centering ball for Langdon on cue. He's 55 metres out directly in front. He won't have the shot. He'll chip it to Oliver, not 15. So has to try and retreat back to Salem. He tries to lace out a pass to Fritsch. Can't take the mark. Sinclair cannons into him. Under the pressure of Sparrow, he wins it back. He's tackled by Wanganeen Millera in the left forward pocket for the D's.
Could have been an issue with the order for the Sir Doug Nicholls round jumper. Maybe they didn't get the longy in his number.
I thought he wore it last week, though.
That was a... I did think of that. It's an immediate issue with my theory. Clearing kick from St Kilda up towards the wing, and we'll get a throw in. Was that a different one? Did they wear
the lighter blue? Was it?
Yeah, I thought maybe they wore the lighter blue last week against Sydney.
I think your theory is in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, I think it hit an immediate snag. St Kilda by 14 points. 9-5-59 plays 6-9-45. Boundary umpire brings it back in. Gawn wins the tap. Pinching it though, Hunter Clark. He's tackled quickly by Salem. Rolled. And a ball upcoming. Todd River wing side of the ground. Adam Ramanauskas, Nathan Burke, Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron bringing you the action.
Up in the air as the wrestling has taken place between Rowan Marshall and Max Gawn before the ball is even thrown up. Gawn gets it down to Petrarca. The kick is up towards half forward. Off hands Pickett trying to race after it. Got down low, knocked it forward into the path of Fridge. Nice side step around Wilkie. Webster almost got him. Forced the turnover. Hand pass came out to Sinclair. It kicks the Saints out of defence, but Salem is waiting for it. He marks on his chest at left half forward. St Kilda by 14 points, but the Demons having a lot of the ball inside their forward 50 in this third quarter. Turns and comes inboard to Turner, who looks to drive it long in the direction of Langford. In front, it's brought down by Mason Wood. Running on Wanganeen Miller, couldn't take it cleanly. He volleys the kick up towards McVee, who just goes for home to the goal line. Melcham's wrestling, and it goes through for a minor score. 12-point lead as the goal umpire was right there on point, but everyone was a little confused for a few moments.
Just on Melksham as well, he's got some padding on top of that left shoulder. We saw him injure that earlier on in the game, and what would that be consistent with? Maybe an AC joint issue?
Yeah, they're hard to carry, those ones.
Wilkie kicks to fullback and Caminiti drops it. Time to recover, goes short to the opposite pocket.
Those shadows are quite long at the moment, so anything coming from the grandstand side across the ground is going to be hard to actually see.
Saints work it up towards the wing. Webster's kick into the middle. Works out, all right in the end. Boxall gathers it, gives it off to Hall. Run down by Windsor, holding the ball. Good defensive work there from the D's. St Kilda by 13 points, 9.5 into this third term.
Petty, short to... in the end, it was Rivers who was bumped off it, and the Saints take back possession. Mason Wood running 2.55. He goes for Keeler, who touches it. In the end, he could have let it go through or take the mark. I think he was caught in two minds, and in the end, didn't either. St Kilda by 13 points.
Short kick in, not the 15. Gawn does well to get it onto May, who chips it out wide for Bowie. Might have just hit the post.
Give me the benefit of the doubt. It was sort of on the line of the goal square, but probably should have marked it in the end.
Short kick to Langdon in the short sleeves. Well, no sleeves, however you look at it. The Aussie rules jumper. To Petrarca, who kicks to Petty. Half forward flank, has Pickett deep. Looks wider out towards the pocket. His kick is good. Sliding in Chandler. Tumbling he marks.
Jeez, I'll tell you what, for this quarter, for all the energy that both teams have used, and what are we? We're 10 minutes into this quarter, a behind for Melbourne and two behinds for St Kilda. It feels like it's been going at a frenetic pace this quarter.
Cade Chandler. Can he find the major opening? Right side for a left footer. Boot to ball. 40 metres out. Hangs it out to the left and slapped through. So a couple of behinds each. And we're back to the halftime difference. 13 points. St Kilda's advantage. 11 played. Third term Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
3 shots on goal for 1-1 for Cade Chandler this afternoon. As Wanganeen Miller looks to bring St Kilda back into play. They lead by 13 points. Just the two behinds apiece as his kick is chopped off and Lindsay sees it out of play. Simon Goodwin coaching on the bench this afternoon. Ross Lyon is up in the coach's box. So many of the locals around the boundary line here at Traeger Park in Alice Springs enjoying a Sunday afternoon of footy. The Demons' 11th appearance to the red centre. As it's tossed back in. Johnson doing the ruck work against Marshall. Marshall tries to take it out of the ruck. Can't drop it to his boot. Down low, Petrarca spinning through traffic for Melbourne. Hand pass looking for Sparrow. Got around Hall initially. Hand pass trying to find Rivers. It slapped away. Boxall got down low. Knocked it out in the path of Hall. He gathers the footy for St Kilda at right half back. Kicks up towards space on the wing. Foot races on. Hall tried to race after it but overran the footy. Bowie picks it up for Melbourne. Hand pass to Bailey Fridge. Takes a bounce. He only took a few metres. His hand pass is then chopped off. It's gathered by Boxall, who gets a hand pass up the wing to Owens. A chance for the Saints here. Hand pass out in front of Steele. Cutting in front was Bowie. Takes it for the Demons. Hand pass to Salem.
There goes back to Bowie, son of a former St Kilda player in Brett. Kicks a high ball around the boundary line and Sharman gliding in from the side. Nice mark. St Kilda back in possession, just backward of the wing. Todd Rivers' side of the ground.
Well, the Saints are just relying on a fast break.
Yeah.
They've had
turnover, transition footy.
Turnover, transition, get off to the races and away they go. They've only had 2 chances this quarter. They had the best 2 chances and blown both of them. But it's a really obvious way they want to play. Will not kick the ball long.
Completed the V-switch here. Now Wangani Malira tears off down the broadcast wing. Will stab it short to the attacking 50. Kick is good. Carroll marks right on the paint of 50. Slightest of angles.
Hardest skill in football, running at full pace and hitting a target. And Wangani Malira does it continuously.
Particularly a short target, I reckon, is harder than a longer target as Carroll goes laterally and then poked inside 50 after Hill.
It's just all about balance. And he just has it in spades.
So that was my issue.
You're too low to the ground, I think. And you never got to full pace.
How many AFL games did you play?
Oh, I meant at the community level, Clinchy.
A bit of Mick Moldhouse there.
Brad Hill, 45-degree angle from right on the digits of 50. It's good.
Yep.
And St Kilda strike first in the second half. 10-6, 66 plays 6-11, 47, out by 19. And against the run of play, 14 minutes into the third term. Adam Ramanauskas, Nathan Burke.
Well, it took Wangani Malira to really take the game on. Everybody else has been marking the football and just going back and looking for a chip. He actually got the football, took on the guy at the mark, ran, had a couple of bounces and just created something. Got the ball an extra 30 metres down the ground to Carroll, who had a couple of short targets, but was smart, took the ball sideways to, I think it was Webster, who then found Brad Hill all out by himself, and it was a really good finish. But Wangani Malira just taking the game on, running and bouncing, it just opens things right up. Much needed goal there by the Saints.
I always thought one of the most incredible players at running full speed and kicking a short kick that always felt like it just floated in the air, soft as a pillow, Luke Shuey to Josh Kennedy out of the middle for the West Coast Eagles.
Yep.
Fifth mark inside 50 for St Kilda in this match. Melbourne have had 10.
He's a good player, Luke Shuey. North Smith medalist. Really good player and an outstanding human.
Secondary stoppage as it's thrown back up in the middle of the ground. Max Gawn wins down the tap and Pickett fends off Winhager. Drives Melbourne towards the teeth of goal. Johnson got rid of his opponent. Wilkie couldn't claim the mark. He's first back onto it. Caminiti tackles him. There's no whistle. Play on's the call. Sparrow tries to get it away. Eventually it does come. Travalia and
so he drops
Sinclair
the mark, then he takes the mark, then he gets the ball, then he takes 4 or 5 steps, tackled. There's plenty of prior opportunity there.
Max Gawn just sharks it forward, gains 10 metres into the pocket. Sparrow trying to gather, worked off it by Sinclair. A chance for the Saints as Zach Jones gathers. Hand pass to Wilkie, kick is partially smothered. Ricochets out towards the boundary line. Lindsay is shoved across by Ward, and a boundary throw in just outside the 50 for the Demons. St Kilda by 19 points, 10-6-66 to Melbourne 6-11-47. The Saints booted 6 goals in the opening term, so just 4 since, while the Demons booted 2 and kicked 4 since.
Over the head of both of the rucks, Sinclair trying to get a kick away, picked up by Rivers, gets it out, Langford, high kick inside 50, touch play on is the call, no mark for Fritsch. Down at ground level, he turns tackler on Burns. And a ball up, 35 out from the attacking goal here for the D's.
Just not getting enough, Melbourne, out of Rivers, Langford, Sparrow, Clayton Oliver this quarter. Petrarca's only had 3 this quarter.
Gawn takes it out of the ruck, but cuffs it up. Wood with a clearing kick into the middle of the ground. The Saints get there through Clark. Clean pick up, and he gives it off to Butler, who's away and running through the logo. Couple of bounces, kick inside 50 towards the numbers. Unable to mark Carroll. Has support though in Higgins. Can't get it onto his boot.
Tackle by Bowie.
Yeah, Bowie's pinned him.
Yeah, if Carroll had plays Higgins beside him, if he had got that handball off, Higgins almost runs into open goal. So great tackle by Bowie.
He works it out to the left back pocket where the Demons are away now through Langdon, and now out to the run of Sharp, who kicks up towards half forward, and Bailey Fritsch marks at left half forward, has Petty in the pocket, just has to clear Caminiti's fingertips, and he does so successfully. Caminiti wasn't his direct opponent initially, trying to race back, couldn't cut off the angles, and Harrison Petty in the left forward pocket. Chance to try and draw Melbourne back to a 13-point margin.
Just get the sense both teams are going to get looks now. The way the game's being played, zinging from one end to the other, they both will get looks. Who can take the chances?
An 11th mark inside 50 for Melbourne. Harrison Petty's had the 6 disposals this afternoon, hasn't hit the scoreboard. As he starts his approach from the left forward pocket, it drifts from left to right, and Out to the right-hand side for a minor score. St Kilda's lead is 18 points at the 18-minute mark of the third term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Bit of correspondence for you, Ben, on the SMS. 0437 774 774.
Always
Not
dangerous.
your long sleeves theory around Ian Langdon, but the WA holiday tomorrow is Foundation Day, but now known as WA Day. That's from Maria at Lake Grace.
Really should know that. He's a native West Aussie, but don't keep across their public holidays anymore, unfortunately. Ball upcoming. Right half forward, a famous footy day too. They always play the derbies, as they're called out there in the WAFL on what was formerly Foundation Day and now WA Day. Gawn taking it out of the ruck. He's stripped of it, knocked out, says the umpire, and carried out by Salem.
It's amazing when people come to Victoria, come to Melbourne, they nestle in really quickly, don't they, Benny? I haven't heard you say you're from WA for a long time. A long, long time.
Proud Sandgroper Rama. Just on the big V at the moment, no doubt about that. All up here again, right half forward here for Melbourne, emerging with it, Langford. He'll kick towards full forward, bouncing ball over the head of Caminiti towards the boundary line, picked up there by Wood, tries to break the tackle, caught. Petty's got him.
Oh, umpire.
The only thing I would say there is they try to blow the whistle quickly so they don't get dumped to ground now.
Yeah,
you will have instances like that.
That's stupid. Look, he's got to fight his way through the tackle and handballs it off.
He's certainly handballed it.
I think that's another theory shut down.
No, well, that's not my theory. That's what they've told us.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree with what you're saying, Benny.
The other one was my theory, is Petty swings it through, and Melbourne, their first goal of the second half, keeps them within touching distance. 12 points is St Kilda's lead, 10-6-66, plays 7-12-54, 19 and a half minutes into the third term.
But that's the result.
Yeah.
So it's a legitimate disposal in the end by Mason Wood. And it should be play on.
But the umpire's already blowing the whistle. Yeah. Because they don't want them to sling them to ground.
Yeah. What moron came up with that idea?
Further emphasises just how hard it is to adjudicate our game.
Correct.
Because they made it hard. It doesn't have to be that hard.
So,
well, the counter argument is...
Well, here we go. So Mason Wood wins it.
No, the counter
he had
argument,
a long time.
So took two steps, got the hand pass away.
Doesn't mean still got the handball away. The counter argument is, if somebody throws somebody into the ground, you report them. That's going to stop players doing it more than blowing a whistle too quickly.
The Demons through. Gawn gets it to half forward. Langdon inside 50. Johnson can't take the mark. Hand pass away to Melcham. Centering ball. Looking for Sharp. Flies at the back. Can't take it. Wood trying to redeem himself. Hand pass out to Burns. His kick is only as far as Lindsay from 45. A standing shot on goal. He misses to the right-hand side and a minor score. Melbourne are cutting into this margin, but one goal, four so far in this third quarter. Saints lead is 11 points.
Wilkie, beyond defensive 50, just chips a ball out in front of a leading target in Steele.
That's after 4-7 in the second quarter for the Demons.
Steele just waits a kick back infield and happy to defend a little bit with the ball at the moment, St Kilda. Burns back to Wilkie inside the defensive arc. Wilkie wants the switch out to Hill. Hill mark on that defensive 50 metre. Now he sends it up to the wing. His kick is a good one. Here goes Carroll with the kick up towards half forward. Over the top, May over Sharman. Punches it out and a throw-in coming right on the elbow of 50 in the boundary line. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Adam Ramanauskas, the Premiership Don. Nathan Burke, the Australian Football Hall of Famer.
Still to come, the West Coast Eagles taking on Geelong to close out round 12 of the AFL. Four teams, of course, having the bye across the weekend. Max Gawn, Roll Marshall tangled from the throw-in. Marshall used his body well. Tries to knock it down to the advantage of Steele. Can't gather. Hunter Clark can. Tackled by Langdon, forces the turnover. Hand pass chopped off by Clayton Oliver. Kicks up towards the wing. Johnson can't take the mark for Melbourne. Wilkie was calm and composed. Hand pass to Caminiti. Almost chopped off by Chandler. Ricochets out to Sharp for Melbourne. His hand pass is chopped off by Steele. The St Kilda captain takes it back. Kicks out to the grandstand side. Zach Jones marks. Looks up towards Wheeler. He marks it left half forward. Higgins leads into space. Couldn't quite push back quick enough to get it to him, and he now looks into the pocket, in the direction of Cooper Sharman, wrestling with Daniel Turner. Turner works his way to the front to take a good mark. He's become a reliable defender for the Demons, previously trialled as a forward.
Got a renewed theory as well, Rammer. As Turner kicks up towards the wing, Melksham juggles the mark. Maybe the property steward forgot to pack the longie. He does wear it every week. There's no reason, 19 degrees and sunny, not to be wearing it as Melksham kicks around the members' wing. Down for Rivers. Langford trying to bend over and pick up the footy. Can't do it cleanly. Rivers can. Gets a handball away. Here is Melksham. Tackled into the ground. Free kick. And a little ginger is Jake Melksham.
I think we need another podcast. Theories by Ben.
Would you be a co-host?
No.
Oh, come on.
I'll be a listener.
Be short if it was Rammer and I. Just shut them all down as St Kilda bounce off half-back.
Need a good friend at times. The kick up towards the wing where Mitch Owens takes the mark. Having received it from Carroll, who came on for Mateus Filippo, subbed out with a calf injury in the first quarter. True Wanganeen Miller, you heard there, out in front of Jack Higgins, who's had a tough afternoon. But that was a lace out to his advantage. Into space in the right forward pocket. And he's a difference maker, Isaiah Wanganeen Miller.
So he had no options. So he sidestepped there, Harry Sharp. He's waiting. He's trying to get somebody to come at the ball.
Higgins trying to open up the angle. Won't quite have the purchase on it. Owens flies in front at the top of the goal square. Butler front and centre for his fourth. He jams it through. Dan Butler in his first game of the season. What an impressive return. And St Kilda were able to steady after Melbourne had the previous goal of the match. So 2-1 in this third term. The Demons with 5 goals 11 since quarter time. And the Saints lead once more by 17 points. 11-6-72 to the Demons, 7-13-55. So much of the focus has been on Jack Higgins with 28 goals in the season, but Dan Butler on return with 4.
Oh, I'm not sure what Jack Higgins was doing there.
He was doing a Cossie Pickett.
Yeah, that was
30 metres out and a snap for goal and landed 10 metres out.
But just back to Nasai Wanganeen Malera. He sidestepped, but Melbourne had dropped numbers back. So Higgins had to lead sideways. So he's had to kick over 2 layers of Melbourne's defence. One of the better kicks I've ever seen.
It just opens the game up with his running, and he knew what he's doing by taking the player on. That's a free kick.
St Kilda.
Back in the middle. Free kick going to Rowan Marshall. Thoughts of Adam Ramanaskas and Nathan Burke.
Good battle between these two guys. Gawn, he's had 6 possessions this quarter, 2 kicks, 4 handballs. Rowan Marshall, the 5 possessions. It's been a pretty even battle all day.
Stand there.
Saints back out by 17 points as Marshall moves it to Caminiti on the wing. He goes further out wide to Wilkie. Chips it to Burns. What can Burns do? Between wing and half forward. Called to move it on now. So we'll look into the pocket. Trying to find a target in the pack. Big flight from the back, off hands out of play. Langford carries it out. Throwing 47 around from the attacking goal here for St Kilda. Cooper Sharman, he is spring heel.
That was his 3rd go at Mark of the Year so far. Hasn't got any of them yet.
Saints by 17 points. Thrown back into play. Marshall and Gawn. Comes down to the front. Clayton Oliver tries to get a hand pass away. Langford couldn't take it cleanly. On all fours. Hand pass from Steele to Zach Jones. A centering ball. Chopped off in the end by Judd McVie for Melbourne in front of Jack Higgins. Into the back pocket for Daniel Turner, who looks out towards half-back, and Bailey Fritsch has worked down the ground and takes the mark. He's the leading possession getter for the Demons in the opening quarter. As he turns and returns it back inside 50, Turner takes the mark. Wanting to switch out towards the grandstand side where Salem receives the kick and marks it right half-back. St Kilda 11-6-72 to the Demons 7-13-55. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Adam Ramanaskas and Nathan Burke, your experts, as the Demons wax with it inside the defensive 50. Stephen May, the latest to market, and he returns it back to Judd McVie at right half-back. Looks up the wing, sends a long ball in the direction of Gawn. He takes the mark, rising over the top of Wanganeen Miller.
Is there a late goal in this term for Melbourne yet? St Kilda by 17 points late in the third. Gawn sets it up towards half forward. In from the side, Sparrow can't mark, off hands, coming through Langford. He picks it up eventually, gets it out to Sparrow, running at half forward, chips it over the top. He was looking for Melksham Steele. Jumps in front of him and marks defensively.
He's had
Back
some
pocket for the
important
Saints.
touches this quarter, Jack Steele. He's only had the 7, but that's not a great one.
His kick not perfect, and Langford spikes it out of play, throwing coming right half forward here for the D's.
He's had some good intercepts. Melbourne have been charging forward. It might be an intercept handball or cutting that mark off there. He's done some important things without doing a huge number of touches.
Saints booted 6 of the first 8 goals of the match. They lead by 17 points, approaching three-quarter time. Clayton Oliver fell right in the back of Zach Jones and gives away the free kick at half-back for the Saints. And that might just about see us to the final change here as Jones pushes back behind his mark. The instructions coming from the bench as he chips it, not 15 in the back pocket, and the siren sounds. St Kilda hold a 17-point advantage, 11-6-72 to Melbourne 7-13-55. The Saints with 2-2 to Melbourne's 1-4 in that third term. The Saints led by 24 points at quarter time, by 13 at half time after the Demons booted 4-7 to the Saints 3-2 in the second term, and at three-quarter time it's a 17-point lead St Kilda's way. Dan Butler in his first game of 2025 has booted 4 goals, including 1 in that third quarter, 2 goals to Keeler and 2 goals to Max Hall, while individuals to Trevelyan, Brad Hill, Clark for the Saints, while for the Demons, 2 goals to Christian Petrarca, individuals to Melcham, Fritsch, Chandler, Johnson and Petty. Three-quarter time at Traeger Park in Alice Springs. It's the Saints who lead by 17 points. Plenty of your thoughts coming through on the SMS 0437 774 774. Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport.
Any plans that survived were destroyed. They were burned to cover up the story.
Join me, Mark Fennell, as I discover some of history's craziest turning points in my brand new podcast, No One Saw It Coming, on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Completed the V-switch here. Now Wanganeen Malira tears off down the broadcast wing. Will stab it short to the attacking 50. Kick is good. Carroll marks right on the paint to 50. Slightest of angles. Carroll goes laterally and then poked inside 50 after Hill. Brad Hill, 45-degree angle from right on the digits of 50. It's good. Yep. And St Kilda strike first in the second half. Langford, he'll kick towards full forward. Bouncing ball over the head of Caminiti towards the boundary line. Picked up there by Wood. Tries to break the tackle. Caught. Petty's got him. Petty swings it through. And Melbourne, their first goal of the second half, keeps them within touching distance.
Higgins trying to open up the angle. Won't quite have the purchase on it. Owens flies in front of the top of the goal square. Butler front and centre for his fourth. He jams it through. Dan Butler in his first game of the season. What an impressive return.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
Three-quarter time at Traeger Park in Alice Springs. It's the Saints who lead by 17 points over the Demons. 11-6-72 to Melbourne 7-13-55. The Demons are 11th on the table. They've won 5 of their last 6 matches, while the Saints have lost their last 3, sitting in 14th spot. But could they be on their way to their 5th victory of the season? Matt Clinch alongside Ben Cameron calling the action. Nathan Burke and Adam Romanascus are your experts.
Interesting quarter, that one. It was 15-9 inside 50s in favour of the Ds. So they peppered away, but a lot of their inside 50s wasn't a lot of sort of method to them. Just kicking the ball long, hoping for somebody to take a big mark. They couldn't really find a free player and a mark inside 50 very well. Saints pushed numbers back, which made that hard. And the idea was, let's get numbers back, see if we can shotgun a couple forward and get them on the at the back on the fast break. And they almost did it twice. I think Owens ran into open goal and missed. Keeler potentially could have marked one in the goal square, didn't quite grab it. Put those 2 goals through, and it's a great outcome for the Saints in that quarter. As it turned out, they managed to kick a couple late, which kept their noses in front. But what I can see happening this quarter is that the Demons probably getting the better of the ground through the middle, those inside 50s. It's whether they can actually find a free target. If they just keep bombing it in. The Saints had Mason Wood, who was playing on the half-forward line. He spent probably the last third of that quarter parked in his defensive 50, being that extra number down there, and he plays that role extremely well. He reads the ball coming in, and he's really good at it. So it's going to make it really difficult for the D's to score. They've got to get those clearances out of the middle where it's 6-6-6 up in the forward line and start using the ball a little bit better directed to their players. Players like Pickett need to come into the game. He's had the 9 possessions, and Marcus Windhager, who's playing on him, is up to 25 at the moment, so absolutely giving him a bath. But with a player like Pickett, you've only got to relax for a minute or two, and he's gone bang, bang, and kicked a couple of goals on you. So Windhager needs to keep doing what he's doing and mainly concentrating. It's going to be interesting last quarter, this one. I can see it being a bit of a one where the D's are banging on the door, and the Saints might just break their hearts with a couple of free fast breaks.
Well, 20 scoring shots to 17 in Melbourne's favour, so they've certainly had their opportunities. And then you look at inside 50 overall for the game. Melbourne have had 10 more, 43 to 33, so they are going to get their opportunities, no doubt, in this last quarter. Melbourne, can they capitalise? The issue for Melbourne, their 2 highest possession winners are Stephen May and Max Gawn at 18 and 17. And then you go down to Petrarca at 14. So a few of these Melbourne boys have got to get to work, and I'm talking about Sparrow, Sharp, Langford, Pickett's only had the 9 possessions. Ed Langdon's only had 9. Oliver's only had the 10. Salem's only had the 12 possessions. So they're going to get to work in this quarter with work rate. The Saints, to win this game, they look quicker. They look a lot quicker than Melbourne in transition. So they've just got to continue to take the game on. If Windhager can shut down Pickett in this quarter, I think they win the game.
So St Kilda lead heading into the final term for a 5th time so far in season 2025. On the 4 previous attempts, Benny, they've gone on to win each of them so far this season.
Final term underway. Gawn wins the tap down. He follows up at ground level, tumbles a kick inside 50, and leading out the mark is taken by Turner, who has been swung forward. And he'll kick for goal from about 47 metres out, directly in front.
The Demons have made their sub with Johnson being the man coming out of the team.
At your line, stand. 10.
Can Disco be the man who turns the tables? He trots in, boot to ball from 49. His kick starts left. It's not coming back enough. Minor score. St Kilda by 15. They've been inaccurate, the D's.
Stop behind.
We played less than a minute in the 4th term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Messiah Wanganeen-Millero, who's only had the 14 disposals so far this afternoon. Windhager with 25, and Sinclair and Wilkie, the 2 players with over 20 disposals for the Saints. Wanganeen-Millero kicks out towards the grandstand wing over the fingertips of Mason Wood, and it rolls out of play in front of Max Gawn and Hunter Clark. A throw in centre wing with the Saints leading by 16 points. Opening minute of the final term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport on the SMS 0437 774 774. Once again, Melbourne win the inside 50s, yet losing on the scoreboard. That's from a frustrated D's fan.
Yeah, keep the faith.
Gawn wins down the tap. Trying to run onto it was Carroll. Hand pass too slick for Wanganeen-Millero. A little toe poke out to Sparrow. Melbourne take possession. Hand pass to Lindsay. Petrarca's hand pass intercepted, although it bounces straight back to Sparrow. Wheels onto his right. Drives it inside 50. Melcham in front. Was he held? Umpire says there was interference in the marking contest. It's going to go the way of Jake Melcham. Almost directly in front. 25 metres out from goal. In fact, it's going to be Bailey Fritsch, mate. No, it is Jake Melcham. So he hands the footy to Fritsch. From Fritsch to Melcham. Kicked the 1 goal in the opening quarter. There's a lot of the physical work in the forward 50 for the Demons to try and present as a target. There wasn't a hell of a lot in it from Jimmy Webster grabbing the very back of the jumper. And Melcham to try and get the Demons within 10 points to start this final term. Jake Melcham, the veteran, comes in and he misses to the right-hand side. So some golden opportunities. First Turner and then Melcham. Can't be taken. 2.5 minutes gone. Final term on ABC Sport.
Yeah, I thought they'd be kicking themselves on the way home, but they'd probably miss.
I like it, Berkey. Very good.
Like that?
Yep. Kick doctor.
That one.
The kick doctor, Mark Williams, has got to get to work this week, doesn't he? How are they with the D's? Not been a good day in front of goal. 7-15, plays 11-6. And that is the difference in the game. You flip that, and we're looking at a very different match. Wangani Malira kicks up towards the wing. Jones will get a free kick. All right, as Melbourne were about to emerge with the footy, so Jones backward of the wing. McAdam Bowden stands side of the ground, kicks short infield, and Hunter Clark. He gives it off back to Jones. Surging long kick up to half forward. Marshall juggles the mark. 60 out from the attacking goal of the McDonnell Rangers end of the ground. Saints by 15 points. Infield he comes and finds Hunter Clark again.
How many goals do you think St Kilda need to win, Rama?
3.
Out to right half forward. Windhager takes the mark from Clark. Drives it inside 50. It's a shallow kick to Mitch Owens, who's in front of the pack and hugs it to his chest. Not sure if he was fully the intended target, but opportunist in front and claims the mark.
That means Melbourne needs 6.
It looked like Melbourne players all looking into the sun here, and they just, I don't know what, they switched off. It was terrible defending.
The first goal all of a sudden becomes important. Mitch Owens directly in front, 35 metres out. He doesn't miss his chance. And after Melcham and Turner at the other end for the Demons couldn't take it, the Saints extend their lead to 21 points. 12-6-78 to the Demons, 7-15-57. A first goal for Mitch Owens this afternoon.
And we talk about it week in, week out around goal kicking and the psychology and the technique around it. But, you know, when Melcham, what was he, 25 metres out directly in front, Berkey, and Turner was probably 40 metres out maybe, directly in front as well. You know, 2 opportunities go absolute begging, and then really St Kilda's first opportunity this quarter, 2 of them could have taken that mark uncontested there, Berkey.
Mitch Owens was standing 15 metres out for goal all by himself. All of the Melbourne defenders were dancing around in front of Keeler and Sharman, and he just took a chest mark 15 metres out. Terrible defending.
Gawn slapping it down in the middle. St Kilda lead by 21 points. Quick snap around the corner, out towards half forward, out after it Owens, he leaves it behind. Clayton Oliver picks it up, gives it off to Pickett, he'll chip around the wing, his kick is good for Chandler. Can the D's be accurate enough to get themselves back in this game?
That's right.
They've been so wasteful.
It's yours, Kate.
It's really made all of their work to get back into this match laborious right throughout. Saints by 21. Chandler with the kick for the D's up to half forward. Up they fly. No one marks. Trying to rove the pack. In and under there is McVee. He shovels it out, but Burns pinches it. Saints back with it. Clearing kick from Wilkie to the wing.
Up towards Royal Marshall. In front, can't take the mark. Kate Chandler bounced into by Mitch Owens, and in the end falls over the boundary line for a throw-in. The Saints bring the physicality in this final term. A 21-point lead.
It's a great bump by Mitch Owens, but, geez, it's dangerous. If the Melbourne player just ducks his head slightly, you get him in the chin, you're looking at Weeks on the sideline. Much rather a player wrap them up with their arms.
Modern-day game doesn't really allow for too much bumping unless it's absolutely spot on. Free kick going the way of the Saints at right half back. Nasai Wangani Miller will take it. 21-point lead St Kilda's way. Still to come, the West Coast Eagles and Geelong in the final match of round 12 from the West. On your radio after us. The kick out towards Caminiti. It's wide of him, but he has enough time to reel it in at left half back on the Todd River side of Traeger Park. Up the wing over the head of Cooper Sharman, who was held by Jake Lever. He shepherded out.
You're not allowed to. It's a new rule they brought in the start of this year. If you hold your position and the ball hits the ground without you touching it, it's called a block.
No, you're right.
Like the umpiring, like the ruck duels.
Here goes Bailey Laurie. The sub into the game for the D's, kicks into the pocket, and the wall of Wilkie again. Cal Wilkie marks defensively for the Saints, and they're holding up. Chips it short to Sinclair. He waits a kick close to the boundary line, and over the head there of Hall, it tumbles out.
Such a good player, Wilkie. He just follows the line of the ball, really smart.
Hasn't missed since debut. 144th consecutive game today. As a mature age pickup, he was an accountant playing for North Adelaide, I think, in the SANFL, and look at him now. There's Petrarca getting a handball away, but picked off there by Carroll. He'll kick the Saints up to half forward. Bouncing ball, swatting it on his Sharman, runs onto it, shows his athleticism, and clean pair of heels, snaps on goal and misses. Could have just about called game.
Well, just straighten the shoulders up there, Benny. No need to kick. No need to kick around the corner there.
St Kilda leading by 22 points as Stephen May brings the Demons back into play to Lever, who marks in the back pocket, and now to Chandler. Sitting inside the defensive 50-yard, swings it out to left half-back. Lindsay takes the mark and gets a hand pass away to McVee. Sends the Demons up towards half-forward over the head of Turner, who's going forward in this final term. And Caminiti takes the mark. So the Demons had kicked 2-2 at quarter time to St Kilda's 6 goals 2, and since then Melbourne have kicked 5 goals 13, Rammer. So it's not a lot Simon Goodwin can do about that.
No, that's right.
Had a lot of marks inside 50 but haven't been able to capitalise. The Saints have worked it through the middle of Traeger Parr. Jack Steele takes the mark out to the right forward pocket. Higgins takes the mark. It was 2-on-1, Cooper Sharman and Higgins. Jake Lever had to choose between the two. In the end he chose his forward. He was defending and Higgins takes the mark.
I do think what he will be disappointed in, though, is the Melbourne defenders checking of their direct opponent inside defensive 50.
Jack Higgins veers out to the right. It's across the face of goal, and in the end, off hands. I think it might have hit the post. So a boundary throw in the right forward pocket. Melbourne with 12 marks inside 50 to St Kilda's 8. 2 behinds in this final term for the D's. St Kilda 1-1.
There's no real recognised key forward for St Kilda to take 12 marks inside forward 50.
It's probably not for Melbourne either.
Owens and Petty to do the ruck work. Forward pocket here for the Saints. Lindsay swoops onto the footy from no one's decisive tap. Gives it off towards Oliver. High kick towards the defensive arc. Petrarca squeezes a kick into the middle of the ground. Turner will try and run onto it. On the wing, Wilkie again. Comes across, flicks out a handball. Now Caminiti for St Kilda. Neutral territory off to Wanganeen Malira. He pokes it short to Steele. We'll give it back to Wanganeen Malira. Cruising by. Chips into the pocket. Bouncing ball. Owens keeps it in. Still alive in the forward pocket for St Kilda. Getting there, Melbourne. Rivers. Handball to Petty. Petty wants the line. He's bundled out. Throwing coming. And time becoming an enemy. Now for the D. St Kilda leading by 22 points. 10.5 minutes into the fourth.
Bill on the SMS, 0437 774 774, says Melbourne haven't brought enough pressure throughout the match. The Saints have been able to dictate terms. Thrown back in, Gawn double palms it down to the front. Bouncing ball in front of Sharp, and it goes out of play for a boundary throw in.
I just think St Kilda are quicker than them. A pressure, yeah, okay, I understand that, but you can't catch them.
This is all handy minutes here for the Saints. Just nothing happening, just ball going up and down the one side of the ground. Locked in numbers on one side. It's handy minutes.
The Saints heading to the bye next week while the Demons have the King's birthday clash against the Magpies at the MCG. Gawn wins down the tap. Oliver gathers for Melbourne. Hand pass to Lindsay. Back to Clayton Oliver, who kicks a spiralling ball up towards half forward. Petty can't take the mark, and Caminiti read it superbly. He marks down low, out to his left. Turns and works it back inside defensive 50 to Cal Wilkie. St Kilda by 22 points, 11 minutes gone, final turn.
Wilkie's kick out wide and then poked on cleverly there by Carroll, away towards Hill. Saints by 22 points. And as Berkey said, doing a good job of just seeing a little bit of sand slip through the hourglass. Kick up the Keeler. Had an enormous first quarter. Here's Carroll again. Gets it on the left boot. Floats it into the pocket. Here they come. No mark for Butler. Spills down. Picked up by Bowie. Relieving kick for the D's. Up to the wing onto the chest of McVee. Still the Saints by 22. And Melbourne with a lot of work to do as McVee goes short to Rivers. Then he gives it back to McVee.
He takes a bounce and runs away from Zach Jones. Hand pass up to right half forward. Well, it's worked forward, and the mark is taken by Melcham, who received it from Langdon. He's at right half forward, Jake Melcham, having missed a shot earlier in the quarter. He's 2 kicks out from goal. A centering ball in the direction of Lindsay, who's pushed forward. And he marks directly in front. Can the Demons get their 18-year-old teenage kid to stand up and take the chance?
Well, he's had a couple of goes today, Zave Lindsay, so he's kicked 2 behinds. So hopefully third time lucky for this young man.
At 15 behind, so might have to get you to have a look as to who have been the biggest culprits this afternoon. Xavier Lindsay directly in front, the 18-year-old. Hasn't kicked a goal until now, and he still hasn't.
He is.
Because he missed to the left-hand side. 3 behinds in this final term for the Demons. They trail by 21 points.
Yep, Xavier Lindsay.
Right.
3 behinds.
X marks the spot. That was a slow spinner off the boot too. Didn't strike it very well, did he?
Yeah, you want to come from behind. You can't be missing goals 30 metres out, dead in front.
Well, that's 3 in this quarter. That basically directly in front.
Wangani Malira, a long kick and sliding in Gawn. Marks it. Melbourne back in possession. He's trying to do it for his team again, Gawn. Goes to May, who knows it's urgent now. Kicks towards full forward, looking for a marker. Off the hands of the pack. Sharp coming through, gathers in the pocket. Back feeds a handball. Laurie snaps on goal and narrow. Another one. 7-17. Plays 12-7. And St Kilda lead by 20 points. 10 minutes to play. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
And that's not a hard snap these days from that distance.
Only not the way they practice them.
No.
Only 3 behinds in Melbourne 7. 3 rush behinds, I should say, in Melbourne 7, 17-59. As the Saints bring it back into play. Hill to Wangani Miller. Back to Hill, searching ball into the middle of the ground. Cooper Sharman trying to tap it. In fact, it's Boxell who's got the head bandage, is back on the field. Nice fears his afternoon might be done as the Demons take it back. Langford works it forward to Sparrow, who marks right on 50, directly in front.
That was a great kick by Wangani Miller down the middle of the ground. Boxer just couldn't quite hang on to it. If he hangs on to that one, it opens up the whole forward line for the Saints.
Tom Sparrow, 7 goals, 6 for the season. Approaching 15 minutes gone in the final term. The Demons need to take one of these chances. Sparrow looking for every millimetre. He veers out to the right. It's a nice strike. Has he got the journey? It's right to the goal line, and in the end, Mason Wood sees it through for a minor score. It's a 19-point lead, St Kilda's way, midway through the final term.
Saints have got to be careful. There's still 9 minutes to go here, and they're very much shut up shop and just happy to go short and maintain the ball in their back half.
The only thing that I think works for St Kilda is I'm not sure Melbourne have 19 scoring shots in them because it doesn't look like they'll kick a goal. As Gawn sends them back inside 50. Pack forms. Pickett. Can he summon some magic? Gathers the footy. Handball out to Petrarca. Slick handball to Sparrow. On to Petty. Tackled quickly by Wood. Ball up. 25 out from the D's attacking goal. St Kilda by 19. Umpire nominates the rucks. Now he puts it aloft. Gawn. Outpointed there by Marshall, who gets it to Travalia. Off to Sinclair. Clear and kick into the middle. D's have the numbers. Lever marks.
He looks to come inboard to Rivers, who gets a little hurry on and kicks into the pocket. Losing his footing was Melcham, and Cal Wilkie, the wall of Wilkie, as he marks in the back pocket, defends another foray inside 50. Ships it right back to the defensive goal square, where Caminiti takes the mark. He looks out towards Winhager. Cosy Pickett tries to cannon into him, but gave away the free kick.
Oh, it's 50.
And Winhager could have got 50. The footy wasn't returned to him. Pickett just put it down on the ground.
Twice he's done that, and the umpire's gone, benefit of the doubt.
He was running hot early in the match. He had 19 disposals to half-time. Winhager, his kicks up towards Mitch Owen, so he gives away the free kick. A shove against Stephen May, centre wing under the grandstand.
So has Windhager been a hard tag all afternoon, gents?
Yep, so it's done a terrific job.
Fair day. He's got a lot of the footy himself and completely shut down Cosy Pickett.
So he's had 27, Pickett's had 11.
He's chipping it around across halfback. That's not going to do it. 7.5 minutes left. Kick from Bowie up to Chandler. Is it too simple to say that the inaccuracy of the D's is the difference in the game?
Well, yeah, particularly in this last quarter. They've missed 3 shots directly in front. 25 out, 40 out, and 50 out.
Lever sends them inside 50, and Wilkie again. Take it for Melcham.
That's his fourth intercept mark this quarter.
Wilkie looks out wide. Travalia. St Kilda by 19 points, 17.5 played in the fourth term.
Here's an idea. Don't kick it to Jake Melcham for the remainder of the quarter. Wilkie's got his measure at the moment.
The Demons have had 5 players who have had 3 shots on goal. There's the ball up towards the wing. Bowie can't take the mark. Lever has it. At his bootlaces, Butler just soccers it forward, gains a few metres, bumped off it in the end. Langdon tries to go to work. Down low, Langford can't control the footy. Spills out towards Mitch Owens. He gathers. Tries to cut around a few Melbourne players. Sends it long inside 50. Wheeler sets himself. Gone, get him back. And Isaac Keeler, we started with him with 2 goals in the opening quarter.
End with him.
A chance to try and finish it off here. Isaac Keeler in the left forward pocket.
That's a good mark. Max Gorn was coming back strong in that contest.
He had 7 possessions and 2 goals in the first. This is possession number 9. So hasn't had a big day since then, but doesn't matter if this one goes through.
He's listed on our record as 198 centimetres. He looks a little taller than that. Can he finish it here for the Saints? Comes out, curls it around the body. The ultimate insult to injury. The Demons have booted 5 behinds at the other end. And Isaac Keeler kicks his 3rd. And that might be game, set and match. St Kilda by 25 points in the red centre. 13-7-85 to Melbourne 7-18-60. 19 minutes gone. Final term out of Ramanaskas and Nathan Burke.
So Melbourne kicked their last goal at the 19-minute mark of the third quarter. They were on 54 points. The 19-minute mark now of the final quarter, they're on 6. They've kicked 6 behinds since their last goal. So there's the game right there. Inaccurate kicking. So they're 18-7. They're winning this game quite comfortably. The D's, but credit to the Saints. They've defended really well this quarter. Yep, they've given up some set shots, albeit Melbourne have missed it. But Wilkie's been outstanding. Wanganeen Miller has been outstanding in this last quarter. 11 possessions, comfortably the best player in this last quarter.
Go on, taking it out of the ruck, gets a high kick that goes straight up and down. No one can mark it immediately. Jones comes in and a ball upcoming. It's going to be really interesting in the wash-up of this for Melbourne because they've blown a golden opportunity to level the ledger at 6 games apiece and set up a cracking King's birthday. But instead, they fall to 5 and 7 as Petrarca gets a clearing kick inside 50. But again, the Saints have the numbers and they're good enough to just repel that attack for the D's, although Butler leaves it behind. Sharp picks it up on the arc of 50 to Langford, away to McVie, swings it on goal, and you guessed it, he missed. Out to the right, another one. 7-19-61. Melbourne, St Kilda 13-7-85. 20 and a half minutes into this final term.
All St Kilda need to do is just take 2 minutes off the clock now and the game's over.
Yeah. We've got to get Max Gorn forward. They don't look like taking contested marks. Saints have got enough players back that they can't find a short pass. They're just going to bomb it in there. He's the only one that might be a chance of marking it.
Wilkie out of defence. The kick out wide in search of Cooper Sharman, who gathers and turns and comes inboard and finds Zach Jones at right half back. St Kilda by 24 points. Looking to snap a 3-game losing streak. Inboard to Jack Sinclair, who works it back inside defensive 50. Wilkie takes the mark, switches it out to Brad Hill, who gathers on the bounce. Of course, still no Max King to return for the Saints in the second half of the season. As King switches it out to Wanganeen Miller, who gathers it on the bounce at right half back. He's had 12 disposals in the final term. As he goes short to Zach Jones, who got a shove in the back. And it was interesting, Ross Lyon was asked about Tim Membry as to if he was playing as well as he has been for Collingwood, would he still be in this St Kilda side? He said, look, it's a hard question to answer, but we're invested in Isaac Keeler, and I guess the evidence this afternoon has shown that he is worth persisting in.
Yeah, 3 goals. Well, he set it up in the first quarter, and he's probably kicked the sealer in the last.
Short kick from Jones to Hill, and St Kilda can really take some time off the clock as Hill goes back to Wilkie. They had a big day, Cal Wilkie, as he kicks laterally to Hill again.
6 marks in the last quarter for Wilkie.
So Hill just in the lengthening shadows in the red centre, Traeger Park. As Hill waits the kick up towards Keeler again. Ball hits the deck. Keeler bumps Rivers out of the way. Rivers picks it up. Handball to Lindsay, off to Oliver. Snaps it towards half forward for the D's, and only Hill.
Let's get that handball back there. Oh, that's just a U-turn kick by Oliver to nothing.
Just that.
The D's look completely resigned to their fate now. As Wanganeen Malera, his kick is, as per usual, perfect. He was nervy for a moment, but Marshall marks, pokes it over the top. Hunter Clark gives it back to Wanganeen Malera, through the middle of the ground. Kick to the pocket, backpedaling Higgins, and he's got it. Left forward pocket, Jack Higgins. has been quiet today. There's a chance at a late moment for him. He plays on. One behind on the Arvo. And now a goal. Higgins calls game. The Saints are out by 30. 5 neat. 14-7-91. Plays 7-19-61. 23 minutes into the fourth. Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke.
Well, that was just the way the Saints wanted to play this game. That was perfect. They wanted to get numbers behind, clog up the Melbourne forward line, make it really hard so they can't take a contested mark, and then just maybe we can actually get one through the middle of the ground and one out the back. And what they've done is they've got two out the back. And initially it was Wangani Malera who kicked the ball to Marshall in the corridor, which made the forward line come into play, and then ran past, got the handball, and kicked the ball to Higgins over the back. So if Ross Lyon could draw up how this last quarter went, defend, find two weaknesses, go bang through the middle of the ground, get 2 goals, and that's the end of the game.
Nathan Burke with you on ABC Sport. That's 3-0 in the final term as Cozzy Pickett bursts away from the middle of Traeger Park, drives it long inside 50. Melcham's there, no mark from Turner. Burns gets back for the Saints. Out past to Wilkie, out past to Travalia, kicks out towards half-back on the bounce for Hall, pressured by Salem. And the ball goes out of play for a throw-in. So St Kilda 5 goals to Melbourne's 1-10 since half-time. Saints leading by 30 points.
1-10.
Jeez. Crowd posted at 6,721 in at Traeger Park, which will be St Kilda's first win at the venue in their second attempt. The Demons all of a sudden now have lost their last 3 in their 11th visit to the Red Centre.
Is that capacity?
Capacity is about 7,000, so just under it. But yeah, pretty good. Maybe 7.5, I think, from memory.
Gawn slaps it down. Chandler toe pokes it to Petrarca off to Salem. Running shot.
No.
Wide of the mark.
Should aim for the behind.
Oh, dearie me.
Keep coming.
7:20. Plays 14-7. It's not over-egging it to say it's the difference in the game. St Kilda by 29 points late in the fourth.
1-11 since half-time, and only 3 of them have been rushed.
Play on, not 15. Play on.
In that 7-20. Cal Wilkie somehow got it out to Ryan Burns, who hugs the boundary line with a kick that finds Hunter Clark at left half-back. 25 minutes gone in the final term. St Kilda by 29 points. Another game in which they're going to have led at three-quarter time and gone on to victory. The kick up towards the wing. Spoiled down by McVie for Melbourne. Onto it, Steele. Getting down low was Max Hall. Made contact below the knees with Salem, but play on's the call. Hand pass comes out to Langdon. Kicks up towards half forward. Fritsch flies in front of Burns. Can't take the mark. And off the hands of Clark, it goes out of play. And in fact, it stays in. A ball up against the boundary line with the Saints leading by 29 points.
Great to sit on the hill and under a gum tree and watch a game of AFL football.
Trying to see if our system has expected score. Wouldn't mind having a look at that out of this game. Not that it really matters, because what you do score and your expected score,
that's right.
There's only one of them that matters.
Correct.
I just think, geez, they've really kicked themselves out of this game today. St Kilda by 29 points. Gawn bringing it down, floating through Oliver. Has to shovel out a handball. Comes out for Petrarca. His handball for Langdon. D's half forward, Windsor. Feigns the handball. Kicks on target. It'll go right to the goal line. Touched on the line. Of course it is. They find the major opening, but it's touched.
Thank you, Anthony.
Saints by 28. 27 minutes into the fourth term.
Sand.
This is brought back into play. Wangani Miller into the back pocket. The mark is taken there. Cooper Sharman sends it up towards Mason Wood. Over the top, it's spoiled down by Bowie, and Wangani Miller takes it out of play. So for so much on the line for the Demons in this final term, St Kilda 3-1 to Melbourne 8 behinds. And the marks inside 50 has been Melbourne's way throughout the match. 14-10. The Demons 7-21 to St Kilda 14-7. Thrown back in. Marshall wins down the tap against Gorm, but straight to Petrarca. Kicks a high ball up towards half forward. Good mark, Hunter Clark.
And I know Melbourne fans will say, oh, inside 50, more. This is just poor kicking today.
Yeah. It's just bad kicking on goal.
Don't worry about connection between your midfield and forward line and all that. This is just bad kicking.
Like, they should have won today, shouldn't they?
Yep, probably.
57 inside 50s to 40.
Yeah.
And the great intangible is it's really hard to know as Mason Wood kicks with the wing up towards half forward. Higgins close to the line. Still it's close to the line and eventually out. Is when you kick those goals and you get a bit of momentum and you feel like you're up and running, what that looks like, we'll never know.
No, that's right. Cal Wilkie's had 31 possessions and 15 marks in this game, Berkey. He's been outstanding.
Saints have had 94 more possessions.
A rectangle from the throw-in. There's a holding free kick. It'll go the way of Max Gawn, and he'll get it on the back flank. St Kilda by 28 points. They're going to win. Both teams will be 5 and 7 at the end of today.
As Gawn switches into the middle of the ground in the direction of McVee, who managed to take the mark despite looking into the sun against Mitch Owens. Into the middle of the ground, and the siren sounds. The Saints march to victory in the red centre for the first time, prevailing by 28 points over the Demons, who put 1 goal, 12 in the second half. The Saints up to 11th on the AFL ladder, their 5th win of the season. The Saints 14-7-91 defeat Melbourne 7-21-63. The Saints led by 24 points at quarter time. They kicked 6 goals to 2 in the opening term. By 13 points at half time, the Demons with 4 goals 7 to St Kilda's 3-2 in the second quarter. The Saints by 17 points at three-quarter time, and Melbourne managed 8 behinds in the final term, so the Saints 3 goals. They beat the last 4 goals of the match, and St Kilda, after a 3-game losing streak, record their 5th victory of the season. It was a great game for Dan Butler on return, his first game of 2025. He finished with 4 goals, 3 goals to Isaac Keeler, 2 goals to Max Hall, while there was individuals to Higgins, Travalia, Hill, Owens, Clark for the Saints, while for the Demons, 2 goals to Christian Petrarca, individual goals to Melcham, Fritsch, Chandler, Johnson and Petty. The Saints winners by 28 points in front of 6,721. Traeger Park in Alice Springs. The thoughts of Adam Ramanaskas and Nathan Burke.
Well, it was a good win by the Saints, absolutely. Going anytime you're playing away from home, getting the plane and you come back with 4 points, you've got to be happy with that. If you look at just pure numbers, so inside 50s, 57 of 40 in favour of the Demons. Possessions, 390 to 299 in favour of the Saints. And I think that's reflective of the game plan that Ross Lyon and his coaching staff put into play. For them, it wasn't a case of, you know, we're going to get 50, 60 inside 50s and just keep bombing in, because they don't necessarily have the players down there to take those sort of marks. So it was a case of, you know, let's make Melbourne defend for long periods of the time. Let's kick the ball short. They had 140 marks out of those 390 possessions. So 260 kicks, 140 marks. Let's make Melbourne defend for long periods. When they fall down with that defending, we go whoosh and we get a fast break inside 50. So the majority of Saints goals came from that fast break, getting their small players around the ball, getting some repeat stoppages. And if that was their game plan, it was certainly effective. The falling down of the game plan would have been Melbourne having those 57 and missing. If they had a kick straight, who knows what the difference would have been there. But I think Saints came in with a game plan, keep the ball out of Melbourne's hands, fast break when we can, play short when we can't, and see what that gives us. And today it gave them a win because surprisingly for Saints, they were surprisingly accurate, 14 goals, 7. In the end, 14-7 to 7-21 may have been the difference.
Well, look, teams do so much situational training during the week, where they'll start the ball in a certain area of the ground and then they'll work out the way they want to move it going forward. So, look, there's no question, I don't think, on how Melbourne moved the ball today. Maybe a little bit in the last quarter with Wilkie taking a few of those intercept marks. But the reality is, if you forget about the fundamentals of the game in football, you get punished for it. And the fundamentals of the game is simply kicking goals. Melbourne had opportunity after opportunity. Clinchy said 1 goal 12 in the last quarter with 4. Was it 4 rushed only, Clinchy?
1 goal 12 after half-time.
After half-time.
They kicked 8 behinds in the final term.
Yeah.
So they're 7 goals 21. There were 5 rushed.
5 rushed. So it's still 7 goals 16, let's call it. And the rushed ones were, they were right on the goal line. So I reckon 2 I can remember may have gone through if nobody was there, but the other 3 or 4 of them were going through for behinds anyway. So it's an interesting one, like kicking for goal under fatigue, set shots directly in front, 3 to start that last quarter for Melbourne. They missed them, 1 from 25 metres out, 1 from 40 metres out, 1 from 50 metres out. So, you would expect at least 2 of those to go through. So I think Melbourne walk away from the game really, really disappointed. St Kilda, on the other hand, well, they deserved it. They wanted to play the rebound transition game, and it caught Melbourne out. So St Kilda have had 91 more possessions than Melbourne in this game, and a lot of those were through the back half. I understand that, but once they found an opening, they went, and that's how St Kilda caught Melbourne's defence napping. You got Butler kicking 4 goals, where he was sneaking out the back. Higgins probably could have kicked a couple of goals, but he was sneaking out the back. I thought Keeler had his best game of his young career so far. He looks like a player of the future for St Kilda. Can he get himself fit and bigger and stronger as a key position player now? But we're just watching him now. He's got a massive smile on his face. He knows he's contributed to a win. I think as a young player, that's a great feeling when you feel like, okay, yep, I've deserved my game today. I can walk off the ground knowing I've done my job. I can jump on the plane, get back to Melbourne, and start to feel good about you, start to feel like you belong. I thought Windhager's job on Pickett was outstanding. Windhager's ended up with 28 possessions. Pickett's only ended up with the 12. So he was just all over him. Like in terms of a tag and then to then get the ball offensively in himself. I don't think Ross Lyon could ask for any more from Windhager today. Wanganeen Miller was outstanding today, 29 possessions, 27 kicks, 2 handballs. It's exactly what you want him to do, though. You don't want him to handball because he's so creative by foot. And I just thought Cal Wilkie was outstanding today. He patrolled that defensive half of the ground like no other.
As the Saints make their way into their change rooms, let's enjoy this. Their 5th victory of the season, prevailing by 28 points for their first win in Alice Springs for their 2nd appearance. Saints 28-point winners in Alice Springs out of Romanascus and Nathan Bird.
So just to finish off, your 3 best kicks at St Kilda, probably Wanganeen Miller, we've spoken about, Brad Hill and Jack Sinclair. They've had 60, 73 kicks and 7 handballs between them. The 3, that's just lazy. That's terrific. That is absolutely terrific. That's understanding what assets you've got at your disposal and using them. So St Kilda are able to do that week on week. They win more games than they lose. And I spoke about getting contribution out of other players than their guns. They got a great contribution out of Windhager today. Brad Hill's been a little bit up and down this year, but there was a huge contribution from him. I thought Hunter Clark looked good. He's had 20 possessions. Caminiti in the back line looked good. I thought Rowan Marshall did a really good job on Max Gawn today. Hall Cooper Sharma nearly took 4 marks of the century. Just flying for his marks. Mitch Owens looked really good today. So they got better contribution from others today, St Kilda, and they get the result on the scoreboard.
Our listeners often give us a great reference point. 0437 774 774. Richard from Geelong says, thanks for a great call. I'm confused about where the Saints are at. They have some great wins. They get towed up by West Coast. What do you guys think? That's for you guys, Adam Ramanauskas and Nathan Burke.
I think Burkey's probably a better one to talk to it than me.
Look, they're not top 6 material yet. All those players that you mentioned, Caminiti and Burns and Hall kicked 2 goals today.
Are they better than, say, like a team like Essendon, who's middle of the road?
I think at St Kilda's best, they're a 7 to 12 team.
So they beat Geelong.
Yeah.
They beat teams that are around the top 8. That's probably their one of substance so far this season alongside Melbourne.
You know they're going to be coached well. Ross Lyon, great coach. Corey Enright's in that coaching box there. Brendan Bold, Robert Harvey. So they're going to be coached well. It's just, I like this version of St Kilda. When they're using their weapons to their most advantage, they're counter-attacking. They're going to work on probably the opposition's best player in Cozzy Pickett. When you take away an asset from the opposition, it's one less worry for the coaching staff. They go, okay, what's the next problem now? How do we go to work on solving that? Windhager's putting Pickett to sleep at the moment. Let's go to work on what we need to do next. And that was like Jake Melksham's been an issue for teams over the past couple of weeks, but Wilkie was terrific today.
Yeah, they're not. Look, they're 7 to 12 if those players that you mentioned play well and they get contributions from Keeler and Travaglia and those young sort of players. They're still they need to reinvent that midfield. It's got to be for them to sneak
More
up
numbers.
into the top 4. Yep, they've got to get a whole bunch of new guys coming through there. Unfortunately, Philippou was out in the first 10 minutes today, but they've got to reinvent that midfield. They need another tall forward, whether Max King comes back and be's that guy. They need another medium-sized defender to replace Josh Battle. So there's some holes in that list that they're covering when they play well. When they don't play well, those holes get exposed.
Just some quick news, Rammer. I know you've been anxiously waiting for it. You too, Berkey. The expected scores.
Right.
Final score. Melbourne, 82.7 was their expected score, which I know isn't a real score. Let's give them 83. St Kilda, 81.8. So on the expected scores, they should have won. But I think in reality, just, if we were doing our gut feel expected score, they kick a lot more of those. The momentum turns. They roll on and win pretty comfortably. So, or at least win. I think that was, clearly their kicking stung them, as you guys have just mentioned ad nauseum throughout.
I mean, the other narrative will be if that game was to be played at the MCG, and keep in mind this is Melbourne's 11th trip to Alice Springs, the Saints with their 2nd, so the Demons are more accustomed to playing at that venue.
But that's absolutely perfect conditions out there.
To Melbourne win, do they kick that 7-goal, 21 scoreline at the MCG?
Yeah, I'm not a believer in that. Perfect sunshine out there. The ground was absolutely spectacular. Not a breath of wind.
There was a breeze blowing slightly, but it wasn't affecting either end.
It's just execution, really. So, Melbourne could have went to 6-6.
Yeah, it can become contagious too. You're running in for goal, and in your mind you're thinking about the 4 blokes who have missed from a similar spot prior to that, and it just becomes contagious.
It's like the pink elephant, Clinchy. Don't think of the pink elephant. What do you think of?
The pink elephant.
You think, don't miss, you miss.
And on the SMS, 0437 774 774, add your thoughts to ours. Don't forget Cozzy Pickett's shot, not even managed to behind. So, there were a couple that fell short.
Yeah.
Was it Jack Melksham in the first quarter?
That is a bit of it. I thought that was a sliding doors moment in the game. Yeah. So, he kicks out Melbourne at 2-0. They got their tails up. Cozzy's probably gets his tail up a little bit more. Yep, we all agreed he was a bit casual.
St Kilda went down the other end, kicked a goal immediately, then another one immediately after that, and then went on a run of 6.
Yeah.
So it was a sliding doors moment.
Yeah. So, that's the thing. Like, you can never take your foot off the accelerator in this game. And I just thought then Cozzy was just a bit casual. Now, you can't. It's hard to criticise because he's been so good this season. But that's the moment where you go, all right, because just kick the goal. You're 20 metres out or whatever you were. It's an angle, I get it.
It wasn't even a tight angle. He probably could have gone back and just kicked a standard drop punt. Highly skilled. He's not missing that.
Yeah. Jack Higgins did a similar one up the other end later, but the difference was Saints gathered that ball and Dan Butler kicked the goal.
So 27-22 was the shots on goal for the match. St Kilda prevailing by 28 points, 14-7-91 to Melbourne, 7-21-63. The Saints kicked 3 goals, 1 in the final term. They booted the last 4 goals of the match. Melbourne managed 8 behinds in the final term. They booted 1 goal, 12 after half-time. And really, they had their chances to try and get a little closer than what it could have been, but that's not to take anything away from how St Kilda were able to dictate terms.
Of those 91 more possessions that St Kilda had, they were able to gain 900 metres more than Melbourne. That's a lot. That's a lot. So Melbourne, may have probably kicked a little too short today. I think at times didn't take the grass in front of them. So if you look at metres gained across the board for St Kilda, well, there
no
it is.
Surprise the man at the top.
Yeah.
Messiah Wanganeen-Miller had 29 disposals, including 15 in the final term, 776 metres gained, going at a kicking efficiency of 70%.
And that's it. So, and we spoke about St Kilda going after Melbourne's best asset in Pickett. Melbourne didn't go after St Kilda's best asset at all today.
And that's the thing, isn't it? Even to see the way the game was set up in that final term, Cal Wilkie has 11 disposals in the final term behind Wanganeen-Miller with 15. So a career best 31 disposals for Cal Wilkie, going at 90% kicking efficiency.
It's a good game. He's such an underrated, or not under. I don't think he's underrated anymore. I think he just sort of flies under the radar, really. Like I think
consistent, isn't he?
I think everyone knows how good he is, but because he's so unassuming out there, you sort of don't pay a lot of attention, because usually he will go to a better forward, like he'll go to a Toby Green or guys like that and shut him down. Now, I don't know who it was today, whether Melksham was going to him or he went to Melksham. I'm not sure, but whatever it was, he comfortably won that battle.
Yeah. Some of the incidents out of the game. So Aiden Johnson jumping in the bump into Nasiah Wanganeen-Malira. We agreed at halftime. We think he's in a little spot of bother there, whether it'll be 1 week or 2 weeks.
Well, I compared it to Cal Mills last week with the Charlie Spargo incident, so that might be how it looks.
Yeah. So we thought careless impact was either high or medium. If it's considered that the impact is high, then it'll be 2 weeks. If the impact's medium, it'll be 1 week.
Yeah, I'd be pushing for medium impact. Yep. Took him off the ground for 20 minutes, but he came back on, no
concussion. Yep.
Unless he gets it post-game.
Yeah. I think that would be about right. The other incident was Hunter Clark contesting the ball against Trent Rivers. Now, ball on the ground. Hunter Clark comes in, arms down at every point. There appears to be a shoulder into the neck or face, but we think Hunter Clark will be fine.
Well, Hunter Clark was at the ball first.
Yeah.
So
and played the ball.
Yeah, I don't see how that could even be looked at that's my point of view.
I tend to agree. Yep. The great fear for us, Rammer, is we don't raise them and then they come up at the tribunal and you think, I should have mentioned that.
But that's okay. Yeah. So what you would love, because there might be 3, 4, 5 incidents a week, okay?
Yeah.
So if that incident is being questioned, I would then like the AFL to come out and say why.
Well, I know they did that with the Lloyd Meek incident.
Great.
So it was fantastic.
Great education for everybody.
Yeah. These are the reasons why we've cleared him.
Yeah, fantastic. Or these are the reasons why we haven't.
Yeah.
The way that we used to operate, there was, say, 3 of us on the panel. We'd watch 3 games each.
Yep.
So, and after each game, we would report in the incident, the time, and what we saw, and they would collate all of those, and so there would be us looking at it, there'd be umpires' reports. There would also be the guys who sit up in the arc.
Yep.
If they saw something on their screens, they could put in an incident as well. The AFL would look at all of those incidents before we arrive and chuck out all the ones that were obviously no free kicks, and then we'd sit down and go through the rest. So with only one match review officer now, I'm sure he doesn't look at all 9 games per week. I'm not sure who's picking up that slack of looking at all the games. So whether it's just the guys in the arc that are supposed to do it now.
That's an interesting point. So literally you'd get assigned, probably a game a day, one game for the few of you each on each day, and would you just watch it at home? Like, is it just a normal viewing experience?
Yeah, just sit at home, and you're better off watching it on television.
I'll take Thursday night, Friday night, maybe the early Saturday game.
Leave your weekend to yourself.
Probably not meant to have a glass of red while you're doing it as well, Ramacapping a couple of invoices.
You might miss a few instances late in the game if you're out of Ramanascus on a Thursday night. But that's a good point. Surely Chriso isn't watching all 9, which... No. That's fine, but he would get incidents picked out for him.
Yes.
And then he is the one who makes the assessment.
Yes.
Well, there's a match day official at every ground, isn't there?
There are, but they're sort of down ground level.
Okay.
And it's hard to sort of see a lot of the little things that are in a pack. Like Rao's got a little push onto the guy's shoulder, which slipped up and got him on the chin. If you're down ground level sitting on the bench, you might not get all of those. That's why it was best to watch it on television, because what you don't see live, I'm sure someone in the TV box sees it and replays it a few times.
Nathan Burke and Adam Ramanascus, Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron, St Kilda, 28-point winners over Melbourne, 14-7-91 to the D's, 7-21-63. They booted 1 goal, 12 the Demons in the second half, 8 behinds in the final term, while the Saints booted 3 goals, 1. On the SMS 0437 774 774. Winfield says, a 42-year-old long-suffering St Kilda man, even though we've only won 1 flag, I am swimming at St Kilda Beach tonight. Good on you, enjoy that. 7 games out of 12, the Demons have scored more points than goals. That's from Mick in Mulgrave. I haven't done that research, Mick, so I'll take your word for it, but maybe there is a bit of a pattern season. I assume so.
That's a good trend. Are they practising goal kicking out at Casey?
You think that would be as good a place as any to practice?
They've got Mark Williams, who is the kick doctor. He's got his program with the footballs that he's designed to specifically work on on their goal kicking, and their kicking generally. So I'll come back to you on that, Clinchy. I'll start crunching the numbers.
Thanks for the call, says Basil. What goes around comes around. Last week, St Kilda kicked 1-6 in the third quarter against the Gold Coast Suns, and what could have been if that was reversed. Now, a frustrated D's fan. Melbourne's inability to be effective forward of centre has been repeated for 2.5 years now. Melbourne dominated the entries by 14, yet still lose by 6 goals. It's like a broken record each week. At what point does Melbourne accept they will never win another premiership under Goodwin's game plan? That's a rather pointed message.
Well, you're having 28 scoring shots. I think if you're having 28 scoring shots each week, you'll win more games than you lose comfortably.
So I've done the numbers on the goal kicking.
Oh, that was quick.
I didn't actually. They were on the system. I found them. I didn't do them. That's probably more the point.
Don't lie to our listeners.
I meant I'd
you
found
just
them.
gone with, I've got a theory, and then run it out, and we would have all gone, we got one.
Great text.
Theories by Ben.
Theories by Ben. 126 goals.
Yep.
133 behinds.
Right.
So more inaccurate all year by 7.
Yeah. Yeah, and you won't have that there. What is the average then? So,
well, I'll find out if there's any other teams that are
below. Yep. So, well, look at it. Like I said earlier, you go to training, you see teams just doing so much situational training where they'll have the ball in a certain part of the ground, and then here's how we want to move it, and then the most critical part right at the end is kicking the goal. So, there's the money kick going inside forward 50, but then there's the kicking the goal. So they've got to get better.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 players kick behinds.
Yeah.
So can't blame a couple.
No.
That's the thing. They had 5 players who had 3 shots on goal. Kate Chandler kicked 1-1. Christian Petrarca kicked 2-1. Xavier Lindsay was the one who kicked 3 behinds. He was the standout. Jake Melcham with 1-2. And Aiden Johnson with 1-1. So they were the 5 players from Melbourne that had 3 shots on goal. The D's fans, as you can imagine, are a bit frustrated. Lockie from Toowoomba, hopefully I pronounced that right, What a nothing game for Melbourne. So disappointing. Can you name any Melbourne players that played well? And how is Petrarca ending as Melbourne's highest goal kicker? Who was the highest possession getter? Right, Lockie, a few rapid-fire ones there. The leading possession getter for Melbourne was Christian Petrarca with 22. Max Gawn had 22 as well. Stephen May with 21. Yes, Petrarca was the only multiple goal kicker with 2 goals won. They had 14 marks inside 50 to... Where did I write that stat down? St Kilda had... Let me come back to you on that. Let me just double-check. 14 to 10. So they had more marks inside 50. So obviously the Demons fans, after 5 wins in 6 weeks since round 6, felt like something was building, or is that just a reflection as to how even the competition is at the moment?
Probably a little bit of... I expected more of Melbourne today. I thought Melbourne should have just come and won this game. But again, credit to the Saints. Credit to the Saints. They came with a plan, they executed a plan, and they walk away with a win. So, you know, when you everybody can tap themselves on the back tonight at St Kilda, Berkey.
Absolutely. And I hadn't seen a lot of Melbourne over the last couple of weeks, but I knew they've been playing well and they've been coming and they're scoring a lot more. But I just didn't see anything special today. It was their bottom 7 or 8 really, you know, Windsors and Sharp and Langford and Sparrow, Pickett, Chandler, Langdon, Rivers, Turner, had no effect on the game at all. Lindsay, 14 possessions. Like these days, you can virtually...
Even Oliver and Jake Bowie, really, they're up the top of the stat sheet at 16 and 17 possessions.
Yeah, like these days you can run across the line and you can virtually give yourself 14, 15 touches. Yeah. The way the game's played. They just had no effect on the game, either offensively or defensively.
Adam Ramanaskas and Nathan Burke, Fran, also on 0437 774 774. No dummy split from Ross Lyon this week after a win. Well, to be fair, it was pre-game and he's about to do his press conference, so who would know with Ross as to what you're going to get? But I did see him taking some selfies with some of the First Nations fans down below the grandstand. So
and he's been out the front, and he's smiling at the moment, he's conversing with journalists at the moment before his press conference starts, so... I think it's happy Ross this week.
As Eddie Maguire used to say, a week is a long time in footy, and sometimes it can be a big week in footy. Saints 28-point winners.
Sorry, Clinchy. I've gone through every team now, so there's only 3 that have been more inaccurate than accurate this season. So Melbourne is one of those. Also Port Adelaide, who have 119 goals, 121 behinds, and West Coast have 109 goals, 113 behinds.
And what's the best?
Adelaide 166 goals and 118 behinds is probably the best difference. Geelong very similar. So those are the only 3 though. Yep. And Melbourne's will get worse after today. That's not factoring in today. So add 7, 134. Add 21, that'll test me, 154. So 134 goals, 154 behinds now. So that gap is widening.
You know what Benny would have been? You know when you do the group project? He would have been the best bloke to work with because he just can't do the work and then you sort of take the credit at the end.
Thanks, That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
A beautiful mind, or what was going on there? There was a lot going on for Ben Cameron as he was doing the maths on the fly and doing a superb job.
I think you called him a nerd.
There's been a few barbs that have been thrown back and forward throughout the call. The votes for the ABC Footballer of the Year. Do you want a couple of minutes? Or
no, I'm good.
Happy to fire?
I'm good. 1 to Nasiah Wanganeen Malera. 29 possessions, 27 kicks I thought was the real standout. Then 776 metres gain. His last quarter was outstanding. He was the real difference maker there. 2 to Marcus Windhager. I thought his job on Pickett's probably the hottest player in the competition almost at the moment. So Pickett had 10 scoring shots last week and didn't even have it. Well, we had 1 shot, didn't make the distance today. So. And then 3, that was an easy one today. Cal Wilkie was just simply outstanding. 31 possessions, 15 marks, 4 of those intercepts, but they just couldn't get past him today.
Geez, you're hard on the small forwards. Dan Butler kicks 4, can't get a vote in a 14-goal game for the Saints.
Hang on, I'm giving defenders love.
Yep, 3 to Wilkie, 2 to Windhager, 1 to Wanganeen Miller from Adam Ramanaskas.
We could all kick it from the goal square, Clichy.
Well, not some Melbourne players, as it would prove. Let's take you into some reaction with the Saints. Chad Wingard's caught up with Brad Hill, courtesy of our friends at Channel 7.
playing our way and improving, and I thought today we were able to improve in our footy and play a bit better over the 4 quarters, which is nice. And we're due for a rest, and my legs are pretty sore at the moment, so it'll be nice to have a few days off.
Speaking about the bye, what do you got plans for the bye? You're going to go home? You're going to see some family? What are you thinking?
Nah, I'll be staying home, and then my wife's heading up the Gold Coast for her birthday, so I've got the 2 little ones, so I'll be busy, mate, at home.
Daddy duties. So, thinking about what's coming forward, you got Bulldogs after the break. Pretty solid team again. Another challenge. How do you guys think you're going to go?
Yeah, obviously, we played Bulldogs actually not too long ago, and we didn't play that great. So, as long as we can keep them working on the things we want to improve, and I thought today we took a step forward with the way we wanted to move the footy and stuff like that, and we're able to spread them and get a bit of marks, uncontested marks, and then get the running backs involved in the game with Naz and Sinks, and then we're able to get some good inside 50 connection, and hopefully we can just keep building on that.
And probably the last 2 I want to talk on, 2 brothers in the team that dominated today, Keilor and Nazai Wanganeen. Can you talk about, I suppose, their development over this year?
Yeah, obviously everyone's seen the improvement of Naz and how good he's gone. Even though last year was good, but this year he's just taken it to another level. And I think it's just his confidence, the way he backs himself. He's got one of the best kicks I've ever seen. And kicking at pace as well. So he's been awesome. And to see Isaac have a good game. Last week he went down back, and I thought he was pretty good down back. And then today he showed a lot of confidence jumping at the ball and able to take some nice marks and hit the scoreboard.
Well done, brother. All the best. Enjoy the bye. Relax those old legs of yours, and we'll see you the week after.
Cheers.
Thank you to Chad Wingard, who caught up with Brad Hill post-game from Traeger Park in Alice Springs. St Kilda 28-point winners, 7-21-63 the Demons to the Saints 14-7-91 in front of 6,721 fans. So for the Saints, they head to the bye, chance to rest up and reset there, as you heard from Brad Hill. For the Demons, it's a chance to back up on King's birthday at the MCG against the Magpies. The Pies are on top of the ladder. Yeah. So it's a great occasion with the big freeze taking place and fight MND for Neil Danaher. Melbourne will be keen to play again after that match.
Well, so you can go the glass half empty or glass half full. So the glass half full is we had 28 scoring shots. The glass half empty is we kicked 21 points. So I think Simon Goodwin will have to take the positive approach against the top of the table Magpies next week, but just simply do some goal kicking practice, Berkey. You know what, guys? Let's keep training simple this week. We just do goal kicking.
It's hard because the more you practice it, it sometimes reinforces in your mind how important it is, and then you get it in the game. You go, we've practiced this all week. I can't afford to miss. So it's a real fine line between over-practicing and not doing it enough. But we're just hearing from Wanganeen Malera then. Before the game, we were talking about $1.7 million for a Carlton ruckman.
Tom DeGoni,
I'd be chucking that amount at that young fella because the way that he plays the game and what he means to that St Kilda team is far more important than any ruck that they can draft into that team when you've got Rowan Marshall running around.
Yep. St Kilda winners by 28 points. Our next stop is Perth, where the West Coast Eagles take on Geelong. There are no late changes for the Cats. Ted Closey is the sub and Bo Allen for the West Coast Eagles. A couple of SMSs came through. The Traralgon Tiger wanted to know your HIA theory, which you never... Did you have one of those that you didn't explain, the third quarter, Benny?
Yeah. I was just going to raise the question. I think I solved it myself, which is rare. I normally put them out before I sort of consider them too deeply. But it felt unfair to St Kilda that they'd lost Wanganeen Malera for a period of time and they'd already used their sub. So they were down 2 men at one point on the bench. And whether the Demons should be punished at that point in time as well. But then we get dangerously close to send-off rules, which is very murky. So to answer the Traralgon Tigers question, I didn't have a theory. No.
Look, it is something that will bite a team big time. You'll take somebody off with 15 minutes to go. The umpire stop the game. If the umpire stops the game and says, no, you've got to go off, well, then you have to do the test. 15 minutes to go, you're out of the game. The doctor says, no, he's right to go back on. He's fine. No, that's the rule. It will come back and bite a team in a really important game before we know it. So it's you've got to put that in the hands of the doctor, because what it's doing is it's making the doctor second guess, do I do the test or not?
Yeah.
We don't want that to happen.
The other question coming through from the Angry D's fan. One more question from Ben. How many St Kilda players had more possessions than Petrarca, Melbourne's top possession getter? 6. So Petrarca had 22, Wilkie with 31, Wanganeen Miller at 29, Winhager 28, Hill 26, Sinclair 25 and Steele 23. So does that work right, or is that the way in which the game was being played?
Well, a little bit of that. I think the game was... Well, 57 inside 50s would suggest the game was played in Melbourne's half of the ground. So I don't necessarily think it was work rate. I just think at ground level inside Melbourne's forward 50, St Kilda were better. And they were better at getting numbers back, and they were better at taking the ball away. Berkey called it really early in this game about St Kilda trying to play a transition game today off the back of turnover. And if you only had... What have you had? You've had 40 inside 50s for 21 scoring. That's pretty good efficiency. That's going well.
And you look at the marks for the top possession getters for the Saints. 15-7, 8, 13-7 and 8, whereas Petrarca only took the 3 marks and Gordon only took the 5 marks. They just didn't kick the ball to each other. Again, they just kick the ball long to nobody. Don't try and maintain possession. So what we were lauding Melbourne for was a bit of a better, different game plan. They didn't bring that today. They fell back into their old ways.
Just on this, I think the theory that maybe my theory originated from this, but I've had it pointed out to me by someone in the know that the Waffle have the blue card. So if you cause a player to go off for a concussion test, you also go off for 20 minutes. You come back on regardless of whether they get ruled out, but at least the numbers are even for that 20 minutes. So that's just something that does happen in the WAFL, which is probably, like most of my theories,
even if it's purely accidental.
Yeah, would Lloyd Meek have to go off for a blue card because Lipinski went off for a test?
Probably.
There's one for the podcast.
So that's where it becomes difficult.
That's great, yeah.
Yeah.
With Ben Cameron, Corbin Middlemass and Paul Roos on the ABC AFL Daily Podcast. The Saints winners by 28 points. Thank you, Rama. Thank you.
Well done.
Thanks, boys.
Berkey. Thanks to all our team here. Thanks to Ben. Thanks to Stu Birchmore and to Craig Davis. We now take you across to Perth. Of course, if it's not on your radio, it's on the ABC Listen app. Just click on the AFL button. Clint Wheeldon and Mitch Turner to pick up the coverage with Peter Bell and Shane Woewode and Nakash Fodadar down on the boundary. Don't forget the Matildas in action against Argentina tomorrow. The Saints winners by 28 points.